It's loading up. And I'll have the link for it once it loads. So I can send that to you.
Okay.
Do one of you have access to the Twitter?
I do not.
Okay. No.
No worries.
No, Brianna does, and she said she'd be happy to keep tweeting throughout the day.
Oh, nice. All right. We are live. Good morning. Happy Saturday morning. I am going to give me 1 sec. All right. I'm going to present. All right, welcome to Women Who Code Career Services Day. I'm Victoria Guido, one of the Directors of Growth for Women Who Code DC, and I'm here with one of my co-organizers, Sabahat.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to our second ever Career Services Day. I am a front-end freelance developer, and I'm so happy that everyone is here.
Yes, this is great. So Sabahat, you had the first idea to do a Career Services Day like this back in the spring of last year. And part of my role as Director of Growth for Women Who Code is to make that dream happen. And that's why we're all here today. So really appreciate all the organizers who could come together and make this happen. We're just going to go through a couple of intro slides here, and then what's going to be happening throughout the day is that people will be signing up for one-on-one mentorships, portfolio reviews, resume reviews, and then we'll have our first speaker start at 11 a.m. So just to get things kicked off, if you're not familiar with Women Who Code, our mission is to inspire women to excel in technology careers, and we envision a world where women are proportionally represented as technical leaders, executives, and so on. We welcome everyone to our events. As long as we're keeping that mission in mind, which is also inclusive of people who identify as a woman, and transgender, and non-binary people as well. With that, that's also important to remember our code of conduct. So we want to keep this an inclusive community, making an empowering experience for anyone who attends or participates, regardless of gender, etc. So what that means, you know, in a virtual life, you might post a comment that's inappropriate and you might get blocked or banned, and that has happened before. If you do notice any code of conduct issue or you have anything happening to you, you can reach out to myself or the other organizers. You can go to read the full version of this code of conduct on our website here. I'm available over Twitter, on Slack. We also have an email address, I believe, that people can use to report issues. And we do try to address those as quickly as possible. Okay, so this is our full agenda for today. We're kicking it off now, so you can get some feedback on how to get started. And then the one-on-ones will start in about 30 minutes. And then we have a number of speakers coming out through today. I'm really excited for each of these. They have a lot of good content to share with all of you, and we're going to be hearing about their careers in technology, so very exciting. Sabahat, did you want to add anything to this?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. Just to everyone should keep in mind, you know, the speakers are going to be throughout the day as they're slated on the schedule, but people can go in and out of the speaker sessions. You can take a look at this schedule, see if there's some speakers that you particularly want to attend, and make sure your one-on-ones are scheduled around that. So that the idea is you go in and out, go to your one-on-ones, come back, and then if you're not doing any of those things, feel free to hang out with us on Slack, engage with other participants, talk to other volunteers that you don't have appointments with necessarily, and all that information on how to get on Slack is in the participant information packet, which everyone should have got through their meetup. So, yep, that's it.
And these will also be available afterwards. So these, if you miss one, don't worry, you can go back and catch it later.
Yep.
Yep, awesome. Thank you so much. All right. So this is our flyer for the event. Oh, my dog is trying to join in. Just a little bit more about our amazing speakers, and we're just so excited to have you, as well as for our sponsors on the bottom here. My company, SDSI, is sponsoring through the use of our Zoom and our volunteers as well, helping to organize the event. And Research Innovations has also been a big help for today with some of our swag orders coming out, right?
Yes, thank you so much to both of our sponsors for their contributions. And yeah, like you mentioned, we are going to be giving away some swag from the Women Who Code DC online swag store. So double check the participant information packet for a link to the form if you want to sign up to get swag. We are limiting it to the first 20 to 30 people who sign up. There might be an opportunity for more swag a little later. So even if you're late signing up later in the day, if you want to be included for potentially more swag later, go ahead and put your name in anyway. So thank you so much to both of our sponsors, STSI and Research Innovations. We so appreciate it.
Absolutely, this is great. I'm excited for that swag. Gotta have swag. So just for the one-on-one meetings that y'all are going into, there is a link to sign up. So make sure that you go there and view which volunteers that you want to meet with, open their calendar and book an appointment. And you'll automatically get a calendar invite with a Zoom link that you can join at the time of your appointment. You might also just need to manually record that appointment time if for some reason you don't get the notification. And
quickly about that, I think there's been a couple of feedback from people who were not seeing necessarily a Zoom invite in their calendar invite or a Zoom link in their calendar invite. I think rest assured, all the volunteers are aware that they have this invite on their calendar. If you set it through their scheduler, then they got that notification. So they'll be aware of whether there's a Zoom link or not. And if for some reason there's no Zoom link within the invite itself, they will send you their own Zoom invite room. So don't worry about that. There will be a way to actually talk to your volunteer.
Mm-hmm. And if you do have a problem, you can always reach out over Slack or on the Meetup page. We've got a couple of volunteers monitoring all the different channels that we have going, so we can make sure that you get help with getting connected to who you need to. And then we will send out a survey after the event to just ask for your feedback on the experience and how we can do better next time, since this is the second time we've done this event, and we'll definitely be doing more in the future. Like I mentioned, if you need help, there's the Women Who Code DC channel. That's the Career Services Day. You can request access at that link there. You can also Twitter. My direct messages are open as well as Sabahat, so you can follow us and message us directly if you need questions, if you have questions. And we'll also be monitoring the Meetup page as well, but that's not as frequent as the Slack and Twitter since that's happening very, very frequently. But you can post your comment there and we'll address it as well. Okay. Just for privacy and security, make sure not to share any links to Zoom or Google Meet one-on-ones with anyone else, especially on public social media accounts. And make sure that your Zoom application is up to date with the latest versions for the security reasons. So that's just a quick note on that. Anything else privacy and security wise?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, just don't share any private links on public sites.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. And then so if you have questions for our speakers as they're talking and getting interviewed, you have some additional questions you want to ask, you can go to this link here for Slido and ask those questions, and you can upvote other questions from people in the community as well.
Yep.
Sound good?
Sounds great. Thank you, Victoria.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, we're doing our one-on-one job prep starting here at 10:30, and then we'll have our speaker session starting at 11, and we'll get moving right along. If you have a resume, you're actively job searching and you want your resume to be looked at by recruiters, we have 3 companies who are reviewing resumes today for active roles. STSI, my current company, Research Innovations. I don't know, do they have a blurb for us to talk about their company at all?
No, but I think we can easily look them up on the web. Yeah, we don't have a blurb for them.
Okay. But they are another company from another Women Who Code member, so I'm sure they are fantastic, and they will be active throughout the day, so you can reach out to those folks, as well as Nordstrom is actively recruiting for fully remote roles as well. So definitely send your resume into this email address if you want to be contacted by our event partners, and they will reach out. Okay. So again, any questions? You've got 3 different ways to reach out. Please let us know. We are here to help. This day is all about promoting women in careers and technology. So that's what we're here for. There are no stupid questions. And we hope everybody has a really fantastic day. Thanks to our sponsors again.
Thank you. And see everybody on Slack and Meetup and Twitter.
Yep, absolutely.
Hello?
Hey, Eunice, sorry, I'm trying to move you into the breakout room. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to our first interview of the day. We are here with Eunice Choi and Nicole Janeway to kick off our first interview.
All right. Thanks so much, Victoria, for the intro. So, as Victoria said, my name is Nicole Janeway Bills, and I will be doing our speaker series throughout the day today. So, we have talks on the hour between 11 and 4 p.m., and we're starting off with Eunice Choi. So, I am really excited to introduce Eunice to the group because her experience spans software engineering and also data science. She works at Booz Allen Hamilton, where she helps government clients tackle their toughest challenges by developing innovative apps that often include machine learning components. Eunice has served on elite hackathon teams, and she's also taught technology classes for a nonprofit for high schoolers. In her free time, she enjoys catching up with her two cats. And now I'm going to turn things over to Eunice so that we can get started with our questions. If you have questions for Eunice, there is a link that will be in the sidebar to an app called Slido, and we'll be using Slido to collect questions from the audience that we will then turn over to our speakers at the conclusion of the event. So I'm just going to make sure that we have that app linked up in our message here. Okay, great. So you guys should be able to access this portal, and yeah, there we go. All right, fabulous. Okay, so let's get started with questions for Eunice. So first off, can you describe the interaction between software engineering and data science in your work?
Yeah, so I'm in a team where we make software for Veterans Affairs at the moment. And then we have our app in particular works with patent applications for some of the research that VA does in conjunction with some of the university and researchers, hospitals, things like that. So in the very beginning of our process, we have this portion where we ingest disclosure forms from various universities and hospitals. And that portion is very important because the forms are all different. It's not one uniform kind of form because all the universities have different formats that they use. And so in the very beginning, when that form is being ingested into our software, we have this portion where we use machine learning to kind of parse all the different information that we need. So that's the first process that kicks off our determination process from that point on. So you can kind of imagine it as if you upload a resume on a website, for example, sometimes it parses out all the information for you and then autofills some of the required fields. It's kind of like that. So we will parse information for the different forms, and then we will fill out the required fields for the user, and then kind of kick off the process from there. So that's where our kind of machine learning data science component comes in.
Okay, thank you so much for that example. I think that's really helpful because increasingly machine learning will be incorporated into software development. And I think that the distinction between these two fields will continue to break down over time. But for now, at least, practitioners such as yourself who have the capacity to really work across both spaces are very valuable and unique. So I think this is a really great capability that you bring to the table. And I'm so excited to share it with our community. So how would you explain data science to somebody who had never heard of it before?
That's a very good question, because I think it's very broad in a sense, but because when I first joined Booz Allen right after college, I was hired as a data scientist, and I still didn't have a clear idea of what it was. But I think over time, I kind of just got to realize that it's just anything that you want to do with data, and data is, everywhere. It's not just pertain to, like databases and technology, but it's something that you can collect. You can do really anything with it. So I would say data science is just trying to make meaning out of the data that we're able to collect, and even data that we haven't collected and that we will collect. So it's the process of collecting data, making some meaning out of it, and just kind of going from there. Because I think oftentimes data science doesn't end in just analysis or results, but it continues to have impact afterwards. Like what are some of the things that we can do with these results? For example, if we have like, I think during the pandemic, we have a lot of like data science analysis on, like where this is going, what is, the best medication, what's the best like vaccines for these types of things, and like in all those different research, data science is being used everywhere, and so from that point on, you can make kind of decisions based on that, like what is the best path forward. So I think that's continuation of that. Yeah, so that's what I would say.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point you bring up, because the pandemic did bring data to the fore. I think there's a lot of conversations right now happening around the virus and also around the upcoming election, around the impact of social media, where this expertise really like comes to play. And it's great to have good scientific communicators out there to talk about sort of what data science looks like on the day-to-day. So jumping into that, do you have advice for somebody in our Women of Code DC community who might be interested in entering tech, either through this data science route or through software engineering, specifically geared towards the kind of work that you do as a federal contractor at Booz Allen?
I think, first of all, having strong foundations, very important, like algorithms, all these theoretical things, doesn't seem very relevant, but I think the more I work, the more I realize that having the right foundation is actually really important, because you can build on top of it. And any kind of technical interview for data science roles or software engineering roles will require you to go through interviews where you will be asked to go through these different algorithms. So I think for me, that's the very first step. And then especially for data science roles, having a strong background in also statistics as well as algorithms really help. And then in terms of for federal contracting, I think just kind of having the right mindset and having the right network of people to really guide you through the process. Because I think the first step is usually the hardest, getting your foot in there and knowing the right people to talk to. So, I mean, being an event like this, I think is the first step in building that network. So, I think once you are able to submit your resume and talk to someone on the team, then I think from that point on, like the technical skills, personal skills really matter. But I think for government contracting in particular, one thing that I feel like is really needed is, this is like kind of a non-technical thing, but kind of having passion for like greater good. I think a lot of people in government contracting are here because they want to see real impacts that come from their work. And not saying corporate work doesn't have that, but I think government contracting in particular, you can see a lot of like results right away. Like, for example, Veterans Affairs, all these fundings that we're able to save through this application. And then you, in return, you can use that kind of to fund more research for the veterans. So things like that, I think having the right passion and yeah, so I think that's very important for federal contracting. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that response. I think federal work is so mission driven, and getting to work with these agencies that are working with underserved or vulnerable populations, that's a really rewarding aspect of this job potentially. So as a federal contractor myself, that definitely resonates and is a huge motivator in terms of going to work every day and finding the passion, as you mentioned, to continue to learn, which is just so key in the tech space, because we're always expected to learn and continue to grow in our skill sets. Awesome. So beyond the client work that you're engaged in, which thank you for telling us a bit about the clients that you work with and how those projects tend to go, can you share a little bit about any internal initiatives that you're involved in at Booz Allen, or anything else that you're doing outside of work?
Yeah, so internally, I was not so much these days, but I used to be more involved with women in data science. It's like an internal Booz Allen team that we have, where the women of data science, we come together and share seminars. We have like learning sessions. We have principals, vice principals come and share their thoughts, and it's kind of really good. I think it's just so amazing because I think often women in tech, we feel like we're not like the majority. And I think it's been really great to have the support around you who like really believe in you, who are willing to really help you grow and teach you the right things and right steps, and having that close interactions with higher ups that you normally wouldn't have on your day-to-day job. That's been really amazing. I think because of the pandemic, I haven't been too active in it, but for outside of work, I'm also involved in a nonprofit for a scholarship foundation, actually. Review applications for students who need scholarship, and I think the pandemic has actually increased the need for some of those students. So that's been keeping me busy outside of work. Yeah, and then I am also in a master's program part-time at the same time. So it's been a lot of different things happening in my life, but I'm in this program particularly because I think tech is a very fast-growing sector of our industry, and it's really important I think having the right entry is important, but I think what's also more important is kind of catching up with it and being willing to constantly learn. So that's kind of what I've been striving for. So yeah, those are some of the things that I've been doing on and off work.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's really great to see your involvement across work and also these social impact initiatives. I just wanted to take a pause here if you're just joining us and reintroduce my conversation partner for the 11 to 11:30 interview time slot. So I'm speaking with Eunice Choi. She is a software engineer and a data scientist at Booz Allen Hamilton. So far we've talked about her experience, kind of what a sample project looks like, what she's currently working on, who she serves in her role, the importance of really sponsoring women as they enter into the tech space. And these interviews are put on by Women Who Code, which is an awesome organization that's seeking to help promote parity between the genders in the tech workforce. And if you have a question for Eunice, please do add that to the Slido page for this event, and we'll be checking that in about 10 minutes when we transition over to audience questions. All right. So what has been your proudest accomplishment to date in your work?
So the current project that I'm on, the beginning of the project was a prototype. So initially our contract wasn't to create, like a production website, but it was to create a prototype for them to look at and kind of test the waters, because they saw a greater need for these automatic systems and having the right database and having the right software for expediting the process. So we started out as a prototype for about a year. And then for me, I think the greatest pride that I felt since joining Booz Allen was when they liked it so much. We've been interacting with the clients with the software for about a year. We've been iterating, and at that point, we had a lot more features than we initially had sketched out. They were expecting so much more. We were producing so much more. And when the clients decided, okay, we want to go live, we want to turn this into a production version of the product. And then that just made me feel very proud and accomplished because that means, the whole year of work that we've been doing, it's actually going out into the world to help the customers and having a direct impact on these research for the veterans. So I think that's a moment where I really felt like I was making an impact at work. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, the go live is so exciting. So
yeah.
Absolutely. All right. What predictions do you have for the next 3 to 5 years in technology?
So I think I keep talking about the pandemic, but I think that will be even more of a turning point for tech, in my opinion, just because, we need a lot of technical innovations right now due to the pandemic for finding the right medications, right vaccines, but also because a lot of people are connecting through technology only at work. For just social reasons, everyone's doing Zoom, doing YouTube. So I think that that technical connection has been even more vital than ever before. And at this rate, we will probably be in quarantine for another maybe like a year or so, maybe less, maybe more. But I think during that time, there will just be so many innovations that we will need. So I think for the technical space, just so much more need for data scientists who are willing to do work around the pandemic itself, but other software engineers, other data scientists who will need to work on, like how to connect people better and how to make this world connect better in a world where we can't really connect socially as well as we used to. So I think those technologies will be very important. So that's been kind of what I was thinking these days.
Yeah, I think you're right to focus on the impact of technology on these two very influential spaces, healthcare and connectivity. And also, I think that moving forward, observers will see that this pandemic really defined the turning point from the old 20th century ways of being and working into the 21st century. So we had a bit of a runway to get there, and then this pandemic has really accelerated some trends that were already existing and in terms of shaping and changing the world. Okay, switching gears to a more fun question. What would you consider to be your superpower as a software engineer / data scientist?
Work related or just for fun related?
So the premise of the question is sort of like, what thing are you really great at through work that really accelerates your ability in your day-to-day job? I'm also curious what your fun superpower selection would be.
So I think I can answer both. So I think work-wise, I strive to learn as much as I can. I like learning new technologies. I like learning new stacks because they keep getting updated. Like even if you learn something a year ago, you'll have to relearn in order to know the latest thing. And I think that's very important when it comes to software engineering, because you need the best technology, you need the best stack. So I think that's one thing that I'm good at, the willingness to learn and adapt quickly. So that's one of, I think, my greatest strengths. And then in terms of fun, I like to organize fun team activities. So I think that kind of helps reduce a little bit of stress within the work environment, even when we're super stressed for deadlines and things like that. I think I'm pretty good at making everyone take a little breather. During the pandemic, I think when we can't go to actual happy hours and things like that, I've still managed to put together some happy hour segments for our team. One of the things that I did was show and tell, adult show and tell. So since we are at home, everyone has something interesting that they can show to each other. So I think that's one thing that I do really well.
Yeah, I think so. I think that that's probably really, really appreciated at this time. And that's a great idea for our audience too, to bring to their workplaces, to put forward as they're going into interviews, to talk about the ways that they are looking to bring their authentic, fun selves into the workplace, right? Yeah, cool. Well, thank you. I'm so excited that you're able to do that. So we're going to turn in just a minute to audience questions. Before we jump into that, I'd like to talk for just a second about the Women Who Code organization. So with chapters in 70 plus cities around the world, Women Who Code is focused on empowering women in technology. The organization offers coding resources, leadership opportunities, a job board, and a global community for female learners. Women Who Code is also an anti-racist organization that recognizes the power of its platform as a force to affect social change. Okay, so with that information covered, and hopefully everyone watching this is encouraged to sign up through Women Who Code, get involved in the DC chapter or wherever their local chapter is. Let's turn now to questions from the audience for Eunice. So our first question that we have here, I'll start with the data science question, since you mentioned that this was where you started your career at Booz Allen. Do you have any specific resources that you found helpful when you started in data science? So for example, this question asker is looking for courses that you took or certifications that you attained, etc.
One of the resources that I used was Data Camp. I think that was really helpful because I was able to kind of code as I go. So I think they have specific sections where you can code on there instead of just listening to lectures. And then I think even for any kind of online lectures, even if it's not Data Camp, I think Udemy has some great ones. MIT has some great ones. But I think whatever it is, it's really important to code along, because I think when it comes to coding, it's really important to be able to do it yourself, because I think theory will only get you so far. Very important too, but I think it'll only get you so far when it comes to coding, because I think hands-on knowledge is also a very important part of data science or software engineering. So I would check out some courses in some of those platforms. Udemy, as I mentioned, Data Camp has very good introductory ones, as well as some of the more advanced ones. I found Google has some really good certificates for those. And then MIT has, I think, college level ones that you can just take online as well. So.
That's really awesome. Yeah, we're lucky right now that there's so much that's available that you can just pick up and start doing online and really get a leg up in this space. And yeah, and I just want to echo what you're saying, that coding is actually so important for data scientists. I've had some folks reach out to me saying that they're interested in going into the space, but they're like, I don't really care much for Python, and I'm like, it's about your mindset, and that's something that you may want to reconsider, because actually, it is really important to code along, as you're saying. Yeah. So yeah, just wanted to echo that point, and then just emphasize that there's so much out there to get you started. So the second question I want to ask is around the mindset of maybe somebody who's starting in software engineering, so they already have some background. Maybe it's a language other than the ones that we typically think of when we think of data science, which tends to be Python and R. Right. But if somebody's already coming from a software engineering skill set, what advice would you give that person about transitioning into data science? Like, what should they be thinking about? How can they approach their job to gain the relevant expertise over time and continue to grow more towards becoming a machine learning engineer?
I think there's actually a lot of overlap. So I think transitioning is very, I wouldn't say super easy, but I think it's relatively easy in that sense where you already kind of have that skill set, and software engineering, you also work a lot with data. So I think in terms of handling data should already be pretty equipped. But I think the difference is that data science has a lot of like statistical portions that you might not really encounter when you're doing software engineering things. So I would recommend definitely taking some introductory data science statistics courses because that will be a strong foundation for data science. But the things that build around data science, actually, I always say for data scientists, having software engineering knowledge is also very important because just getting the results out will never cut it. In the end, you have to build things around data science pipelines to be ingested somewhere, to be used somewhere, to be really useful after the fact. So having that knowledge to build, containerize your solution, for example, right? So I think in terms of that, you already have that. So just being able to kind of create that space of more theoretical, statistical machine learning knowledge would be useful. And then I feel like for software engineers, they usually use a lot of JavaScript or Java, a lot of Python as well, usually. But I think depending on what team you go to for data science, it'll usually be Python or R. So getting a little more familiarity with the language itself, if you're not already, would be my suggestion. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yeah, thank you so much for that comprehensive description of how these two fields interplay. I just feel like we're so lucky to get to kick off this interview series by talking with you, Eunice, because as I mentioned at the outset, it's pretty rare to find somebody who's so well-versed in the capabilities of both software engineering and deployment, but also the data science and statistics aspect. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up for this conversation. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And we will be back live again at the top of the hour with a new speaker. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining the Women Who Code Career Services event. Thank you so much, Eunice, for joining us to tell us about your expertise. This has been really fun to learn from you. And I hope everybody continues to enjoy their day.
All right, thank you so much.
Later.
Bye, everyone.
Hello, welcome back to the speaker series for the Women Who Code Fall Career Services event. As an experienced IT and intelligent automation implementation manager, Rania Salus serves public sector clients at Guidehouse. She's responsible for standing up robotics process automation and data analytics centers and for supporting the implementation of artificial intelligence. In her free time, Rania enjoys traveling the world and experiencing fun activities such as skiing and scuba diving. And Rania also wants me to let you all know that her division at Guidehouse is hiring. So if you would like to send your resume by email to the Women Who Code DC Career Services email that will be provided in the YouTube live stream comments, then we will make sure that those resumes get passed along to Rania. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to kick things off with our first question of the structured portion of this interview. And then at the end, the last 10 minutes, we'll be transitioning into questions from our audience submitted via the Slido platform. All right, Rania. So first off, how would you describe intelligent automation to somebody who's never heard of it before?
Sure. So intelligent automation can come in many different ways. One way that I'm primarily focused in is a combination of using robotics process automation and combining it with artificial intelligence. So a lot of times, we have clients that are performing tedious, overwhelming tasks that are very repetitive and using very structured data. And so what we do is we bring in a software called robotics process automation software, and we can program a solution, an automated solution that will actually allow an execution host to run that process for them automatically. So it really allows our clients to focus on more high value tasks, right? More analyzing the data, the information, rather than just performing redundant, tedious tasks. More recently, I would say in the past year or so, we found the need to also be able to handle unstructured data. So that's where we bring in a lot of our AI, machine learning, natural language processing to actually help provide a more end-to-end automated solution. So yes, RPA, robotics process automation, it's not a physical machine, it is a software. It is low code, so a lot of people don't have to be intimidated in getting, actually involved with it as well. So it's a little different than your standard programming languages. But it is something that's very exciting and considered emerging technology for a lot of different agencies. So, yep, intelligent automation is combining standard process automation with AI.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that exceptionally detailed introduction to the field of RPA. I'm sure there is at least one other person out there who's disappointed to hear that it doesn't involve actual robots, but nonetheless, it's a really important technology for our time, and I think we're going to be hearing increasingly about RPA. So with that, what advice would you give to somebody who is investigating different areas of tech, be it data science or software engineering or specifically RPA? What do you think distinguishes a candidate who would be a good fit to enter the RPA space?
Sure. So I think that with RPA specifically, and I think in general, really understanding how to keep up with the technology. Technology is constantly changing. So making sure that whenever you're going into a field that you're prepared to stay, up to date with all the latest releases, the changes, really getting your hands on the actual software or, the programming language to see, is this something I'm even interested in doing and pursuing, right? Because most of the time, technology only advances and gets further. So it's always exciting, to learn, but just making sure you're okay with continuing to learn that. Also understanding that a lot of times, especially in the consulting space, it's not just about hands on the keyboard, right? You really do have to have good communication skills as well. Being able to communicate with the client effectively, understand their requirements, and making sure that you're communicating with them throughout the delivery life cycle is also very important, and understanding, is this a path I want to pursue with any technology, really?
Got it. Yeah, thank you. That's great advice. And I hope that the job seekers who are out there will consider intelligent automation as a field that may be of interest to them, and submit their resumes. So turning now to a bit more about your work, how would you describe your typical day as an intelligent automation manager?
So my days sometimes are long. Oftentimes I wake up pretty early just to get a head start. Since I am in a manager role now, a lot of my day is filled with meetings. So oftentimes I wake up early to work on some of the deliverables that I may have. Oftentimes that's creating, a solution for a client. So designing, what does that solution look for, right? How do we apply intelligent automation in their space and apply it for their business needs? Then most of my day, a lot of times, is actually communicating our capabilities, right? Spreading awareness, making sure that internally within the firm and externally, people understand the different capabilities within RPA and intelligent automation. And then also, a lot of times, it's also, training people in the technology, right? So a lot of people may not have experience with RPA or with AI, and they're interested in knowing more. So even just expanding people's current skill sets so that we can grow our team. So yeah, my typical day starts pretty early, so I can work on some of the deliverables, and then usually I'm meeting with different stakeholders, clients, management, spreading awareness about our capabilities, working on proposals sometimes, fun writing, but that's what makes the business go, right? So it varies day by day. And then sometimes, you have a little less busy days, and it's great because then you can get to explore and research and see what else is out on the cutting edge. So yeah, it's a very exciting position that I'm currently in, and definitely never boring.
Never boring. Yes, it sounds
never boring.
That's definitely the case. Great. So could you speak a little bit to the culture at Guidehouse?
Sure. So our culture is, I would say, a mix of very, very, very driven professionals, but also a very collaborative environment, right? Mm-hmm. So it's sometimes, I think, in certain consulting agencies, there's like overwhelming competitive, right, environment. I feel like Guidehouse, you have some of that, but it's really more how do we collaborate as a team. So like if I have a coworker that specializes in artificial intelligence and I have another coworker that specializes in RPA, we're often on calls together to figure out how do we collaborate for a combined solution with our clients. We're constantly hosting different events. I just actually did a Women in Defense seminar a few weeks ago as well. So we also look at different initiatives as to, making sure that we're making sure that there's like an even playing field and that people have access to information and resources so that if they want to grow their career in a certain area, that we're making that available. So it's a very exciting culture, very transparent with our leadership. I have a very good relationship with my leadership, and a lot of room for innovation. They really do push you to think outside of the box and bring those ideas to the table.
Gotcha. That's awesome. And I wanted to ask specifically, what advice do you have for women entering the field of technology?
Yeah, I would say don't be intimidated, right? Learning new technology, because it does constantly change, it could be overwhelming. I would say that make sure you understand what path you want to pursue. Do you want to pursue a more technical path your entire career, which is usually an option? Or do you want to start off technical and then move into more of a leadership role? So understanding what path you want to pursue, and then don't be overwhelmed by the technology. There's a lot of resources online to help. And then also understanding that it's okay to be transparent, whether it be through, understanding that this is not for me, or whether it's something that you're interested in, maybe joining a different project. It's okay to have open communication channels with your leadership to make sure that whatever you're doing is something that you're excited about.
That is so important. It's so key to be able to bring your full self to work and to feel that you're still learning and growing on a regular basis, right? So So that's very much aligned with the mission of Women Who Code, which I'm just going to take a quick pause to talk a bit about. So this is an organization that has 70 plus cities around the world and really devoted to empowering women in technology. So Women Who Code offers coding resources, leadership opportunities, a job board, and a global community for female learners, along with events like this, the DC chapter's Career Services Day. So with that, I'm going to jump back into my interview with Rania Salus. If you're just joining us, Rania is a manager at Guidehouse. She focuses on intelligent automation there. And so far in our conversation, we've talked a bit about her advice for women entering the tech space, really like the passion and the drive that she brings every day to learning new things in this space and translating that into her work for federal clients. So just a couple more questions before we hop into the audience question portion of the event. And again, if you have questions there, please make sure you're submitting them through Slido. All right, so Rania, what predictions do you have for the next 3 to 5 years in intelligent automation?
Yeah, so there's a few. We've definitely, like I said, seen an increased need to bring AI, combining AI with RPA, and that's becoming a regular part of the process now. So as far as predictions go, I honestly see that a lot of the different things that we currently engage with, so if Google search or a lot of the different platforms right now, I definitely feel like it's going to become a lot smarter, right? So AI and automation becoming a regular part of people's lives in every type of way, right? Whether it's through smart cars or whether it's through having a collaborative communication with a platform. So we're getting there. I think we've made a lot of headway and we're entering in a lot of the space, but just allowing the technology and the application of it to mature, I feel like it's going to be a stronger presence in a lot of different business processes. So yeah.
All right, thank you for that. That's helpful to think about too, as as the capabilities of AI are significantly shifting over time. It'll be intriguing to see where we are in 3 to 5 years, if it's kind of been more of the same or if there's been major disruption that's kind of like threatening, like thunderclouds on the horizon. So, so I think yeah, it's a really interesting field, and I really appreciate you sharing your expertise with our community. A couple more fun questions, and then we'll hop over to questions from the audience. So what's your favorite nonfiction book, and what is your favorite fiction book?
Yeah, so I would say from nonfiction, the one book that I still always remember was Barack Obama's The Audacity of Hope. And I remember, I want to say I was at some point in high school. I'm not trying to give my age here, but and I remember reading it and it just making such an impact at such a young age. And then, thereafter, him actually becoming president was just such a significant way for me to get involved in that process. So that was a very inspiring book that I still remember. Fiction, I actually really like this Greek mythology book called Circle. And it also talks a lot about like a woman battling a lot of different very exciting adventures, and it does refer a lot back to like Greek methodology, but so it's called Circle, but it's a really cool book, and if you have a chance, read it.
All right, thank you for that. And the Circle book, is this fiction or nonfiction?
Circle's fiction.
Fiction, okay. Fabulous.
Yeah.
All right, and okay, so also wanted to ask you about your favorite resources for learning in this field.
Yeah, there's many. There's many resources. Of course, you have Udemy. That's like has a lot of information around it. Specifically with the RPA side, a lot of the different softwares like UiPath, Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, they actually have a lot of different trainings on their website. So if you actually go to like UiPath Academy, they have trainings that can actually help you from the ground up learn how to program RPA solutions. Similar with Blue Prism and Automation Anywhere. So there's a lot of resources online. What I often recommend for my team is to go straight to the source, which is usually the software, and then learn from their offerings. And then, of course, until you get your hands on the keyboard, that's the best way to learn, right? Through experience.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'm glad to hear that the stakeholder companies in this space are so proactive about putting out good resources. I think that's a reoccurring theme in these conversations. It's just like there's so much out there to learn, and there's so many different ways to go. And really, the main cost to you is your time and attention, and the challenge of choosing where to put your energy.
Definitely.
So let's talk about something that you mentioned really gives you energy, which is traveling. So I'd love to turn the conversation to how you integrate travel into your life as a busy professional, and how you use your experiences here to re-energize you.
Yeah. So I am very busy, right? So I love what I do, and part of that means me taking on more responsibilities because I enjoy it, and it shows through my work. But that could be exhausting after a while, right? So I often make sure that although I am very driven and I do work very hard, that I do make time for the other things that I enjoy in life, and one of those things being travel. So I'm not afraid to talk to my director and say, I would like to take 2 weeks off to go to Europe, or, pre-COVID, of course, and to make that time for myself. And it honestly allows me, to get refreshed and reset and revitalized, so that when I do come back to work, I don't feel so drained, but also it gives me different perspectives, right? It helps me build on my communication skills and understand different perspectives or how different countries are applying technology, right? So getting those different experiences allows me to really, put some of my energy in different areas so that I can come back with a more fresh approach. And it's exciting, right? It's fun to get to travel to different places in the world. And it's something I honestly always communicate with my team about. Like, if you have the chance and the opportunity to pursue it, do it.
Yeah, just go. That's so great.
Just go.
It's really good advice, and it's really valuable to hear the perspective of a female leader in business on how to take breaks, how to achieve, fulfillment. If not balance, then at least how do you take breaks where you can learn and grow and build yourself up, and then come back and continue to really succeed in your work. And so, looking back on your career, I wanted to get your sense for how your goals may have changed since you first started work.
Yeah, so when I first started my career, I was actually focused more on information systems, so dealing with more it significantly changed because originally I was doing more application support and development, and then I got introduced to automation within that. So now for me, I guess you could say it's always my goals in a sense of always learning new technologies hasn't changed, right? That's going to consistently be a part of my growth, but maybe the subject matters that I was focused in have shifted a bit. Ultimately, I think I was focused more on the technology when I first started my career, and now I'm more leadership oriented, right? So I think as time goes by, sometimes your goal is, okay, now I want to grow my team. I want to grow our capabilities. I want to look at things more from a strategic perspective, versus when you first enter the career world, you're typically focused on, okay, how do I deploy a very sound solution, right? It's maybe more on a granular level. So really just, looking at things from a higher level, from a more strategic perspective, and focusing more of my energy in leadership opportunities.
Absolutely. Yeah, you mentioned in your response to a previous question around advice for women in technology that there is a technical route that you can go down where you're becoming increasingly specialized, and that imperative to learn and grow and try new things is still there, but your day-to-day focus is on solving these technical challenges. And then there's also this path of pursuing a broader, more strategic role. So I'd love it if you could speak a bit to some capabilities that you think have really served as kind of your superpower in terms of delivering in this strategic capability.
Yeah, so I would say the ability to understand the client's needs and the problem, right? So I think having that ability to fully be a subject matter expert in whatever technology that you're, focused in on, so that when the client communicates their need, you understand what solution to present, right? So I think that as far as like superpowers go, it's really just doing your research, getting your hands on the technology, and making sure you're thoroughly a subject matter expert and you know what you're talking about, right? That's how you're best going to succeed, because they're going to challenge you, right? You're going to have people that question your suggestions and your solutions. And then you're going to have people that rely on your expertise. And so just making sure that you really understand what you're trying to solve and the technology that you're recommending to apply for that solution is key. Also, another maybe not really from a strategic perspective, but another superpower that I feel like is very important is your ability to prioritize, right? So our team has a very busy schedule. I mean, we're doing so many different things. Sometimes it is me getting my hands on the keyboard and helping because we need surge support and getting things delivered. Sometimes it's me helping train people or whatever the case may be. So understanding that you might have 100 things in your backlog for things to do, but what is the most important, right? Obviously, we're very client focused, making sure that the client is happy. So making sure that delivery is successful is often on the top of that list. But even amongst your plate of activities, understanding how to strategically prioritize so that you're making sure that you're focusing your energy on the most immediate needs is very important, right? So time management, prioritizing your activities is super important.
Consulting is so valuable for teaching those skill sets. It really is. You learn not only the technical skills, but also the self-management skills in order to make sure that you are really delivering to the client's needs.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, can you speak a bit to the difference in serving federal clients versus commercial clients?
Yes, I've had the pleasure of serving both. So I would say it's different. It's different because in the federal space, there's a lot of different security considerations that sometimes aren't as stringent on the commercial side. So it's a challenge sometimes because you have this solution in mind you want to implement, right? But there's so many layers to consider in the federal space from a compliance and security perspective. Or getting authority to operate, right? So having the ability to actually use the software in their space, because there's classified information, right? So on the commercial side, you don't really have that challenge as much. So dealing with a top secret environment or dealing with classified information, you don't really need to worry about that. But in the commercial space, what is challenging is things are done a lot more quickly, right? Because you don't have those obstacles. So you have to be prepared to deliver at a very fast pace. But yeah, each side has its pros and cons. But I do recommend getting experience in both so that you have a more holistic approach and are prepared to handle either side. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And just, I wanted to ask broadly, what other advice you might have that's specific to women as they're going into the workforce? Any tips or tricks or potential pitfalls that you've seen in your interactions?
Yeah, my advice would be to make sure that you focus your energy in the right areas, that you do approach it with an exciting, optimistic, view, because a lot of the compliments I often get from leadership is that, not only am I really good at doing what I do, but that my attitude is very positive and it makes people want to be around me, right? So that does transcend even in the client space. And I've heard multiple people, it's not enough just to be that way. You do need to be able to be really strong in delivery as well. But I think just having that type of excitement, it takes you far. And if you don't, maybe it's not the right place for you. Maybe you want to explore different things, whether it be finance or other areas. So really finding an area that you're excited and want to learn more about and continue your career in is super important. One other thing, and I know, Nicole, we talked about this earlier, is as you're beginning your career and even throughout your career, transparency is key. And sometimes that means negotiating your salary, right? Don't be afraid to communicate what your salary expectations are. Up front, when you're first joining the firm and also during your career. I know that was a challenge for me when I was younger, having those tough conversations, but it's definitely something I've become more comfortable in and encourage my own team to do so, right? So it's okay. It's okay to talk about your salary. It's okay to negotiate it. Do your research and see what's the market value and making sure that you're being compensated fairly.
Yeah, I think that those are two really excellent tips. First, around bringing energy, bringing your authentic self to the workplace, and using that energy to inspire and encourage others on your team, on like the client side in terms of sales. I'm sure that that really has a major impact. And the second part of your response around making sure that you are putting yourself forward to have tough conversations. And certainly the research shows that women do struggle with this. So as more women enter the tech workforce, I think it'll be, it's important for us to think about and to encourage our friends as they're starting those new jobs. Make sure that you're like really putting yourself forward, even if it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, that about does it for the structured portion of the interview. And Rania, I'm just so grateful to you for coming to our community, for sharing about your management expertise, the depth of your knowledge in tech, your experience serving both federal and commercial clients here in DC. So any last words of wisdom for the group before we sign off?
I would just say it's honestly a very exciting field to be in technology. I am very glad that I pursued this path. And it's also from a job security perspective, also, a really smart area to consider growing your career in. But there's so much out there. So just really find out like what you want to specialize in, and that might change, right? And that's okay if that changes throughout your career. But super excited if people are interested in getting into technology, especially for women, because we do want more out there, right? And I think it's a great path to pursue. And definitely feel free to reach out to your mentors and other women in the field if you ever need advice.
Fabulous. Okay. Well, thank you so much again, Rania. And just a reminder to our audience, if you're watching this right now, you can submit your resumes. The email address that we're using to collect them, it's been posted in the chat. It's WWC DC Career Services @gmail.com. And we'll make sure that, if you specify that you're interested in roles related to intelligent automation, that your resume will find your way into Rania's hands. So we're just very grateful for that offering, also for the advice and encouragement that you've shared throughout this presentation, Rania. So really very grateful, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for having me, and look forward to seeing those resumes. All right. Bye.
Bye. All right, welcome back to the Women Who Code speaker series. I'm here now with Sian Lewis. Sian is a lead data scientist and analytics manager at Booz Allen. She works for the Department of Defense Healthcare Modernization Project to deliver a unified healthcare platform to military members. She's an experienced technical project manager, and she's a machine learning engineer. At Booz Allen, Sian chairs the Professional Development Committee of the African American Network. She serves as the Vice President of Partnerships for Women in Data Science and also the Finance Director of Globe. She's also a data science teaching assistant at General Assembly. So please join me in welcoming Sian Lewis to the Women Who Code stage. So Sian, I'm very excited to have you for this conversation. I want to kick things off by asking you about leadership. You're deeply involved in several powerful and influential organizations, and you've been recognized for your public service contributions as a 2020 Women of Color in STEM All Award attendee, a 2019 DC FemTech awardee, and a 2017 Prince George's County 40 under 40 honoree. So given that you've had the time to make such a significant contribution through your work, I'm hoping that you can speak to our group about how you view the importance of taking on a leadership role and getting involved in the community.
All right, cool. Great question. And thank you for making me sound very fancy. I think, leadership roles are always, it's always a leap to take one, because I always think, oh my gosh, I don't have the skill or the experience or the knowledge to do this. And then I think about, literally I say, well, why not? Let's give it a try and let's see how it goes. To take on a leadership role is really to be, I always think about it as to be a great communicator about what your organization is about, and to be sort of helping people achieve either a goal or a task. I don't think there are any kind of qualifications you need to have a leadership role. I think just having a passion and commitment is really all you need, with a big emphasis on commitment. Really just saying what you're going to do and then doing what you just said is really kind of the key to leadership. That's it.
I deeply appreciate how you're able to express that so succinctly and powerfully around, leadership is about showing up. Yeah. You're never really necessarily ready to take on a leadership role, but your community may need you. And so then it's all about making commitments. And so I think that it's clear that you've been able to do that successfully through your work. Thank you so much for sharing that aspect of your experience. So it's also really important because it's very much aligned to the Women Who Code mission, which is focused, of course, on empowering women to enter the tech force. And as I've been talking about throughout the day, Women Who Code, they offer resources for learning, also leadership opportunities, and events like this, the Women Who Code Fall Career Series. Women Who Code is also an anti-racist organization that recognizes the power of its platform as a force to affect social change. So to return to our conversation, Sian, can you lay out for us the importance of encouraging diversity in the tech field as you see it?
Sure. Given the current situation that we're in this country, which is nothing new to people of color, but it might be new to the masses. Folks are talking about diversity much more and in a way that is in a way that they actually want to see it happen. So that's very exciting. If there's any good to come out of this, it is this new focus on diversity and a focus on actually making it happen. So, diversity is one of those words that you say so much that it can lose its meaning. It's kind of like the word "the." It's just everywhere, right? And doesn't really mean anything. But when I talk about diversity, I talk about diversity of experiences, diversity of backgrounds, ultimately what leads to diversity of thought. And, the studies have shown over and over again ad nauseum, right? There are so many Harvard Business Review articles that show this, The more diverse your team, the more successful going to be, the more money your company will make, the greater success you will have, period, in every arena. It pays to be diverse, right? It pays financially. It also pays in creating a platform where people of different experiences can come together. So when I talk about diversity, I equate diversity with success, period and end of story. And I don't know about you, but I'm a human being. I enjoy success. I like it, right? Most people do too. Um, I love being on a team that is different backgrounds, or even sometimes leading them that are in different backgrounds, different races, different ages, different places where they grew up, because it creates this. Um, Everyone has a different outview on the goal that we're trying to accomplish. And if you don't have that level of diversity, of heterogeneity, right? Whatever you build, whatever task you're about, it's just not going to be as appealing to a variety of people. So diversity for me, it really is one of the key drivers to success, and in my opinion, incredibly important.
Thank you so much for sharing that perspective, Cian. I love that you're able to speak to your personal experience, the way that you state that, this current situation has really shed a light on a problem that is certainly not new. And also the way that you're able to speak to how this has played out in your experience as a team lead at Booz Allen, and the way that you're incorporating diversity onto your teams to help generate these successful outcomes that you've talked about, and how that's been proven time and time again over the course of many studies, and just borne out in the reality of this world. Definitely think that tech is an extremely important space because there's so much onus on this industry for kind of defining the future direction of society. So it may be of particular importance to give underrepresented voices a platform in the tech community. So all that being said, let's switch gears now to speaking a bit about your work in data science. So how did you first become interested in this field?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't even know when it happened. I always say that I was born a data geek. I don't remember not being one. I remember, I just had a love of spreadsheets from a very young age. And no matter what kind of a job I had, I turned it into a data job. So, I mean, I've had many careers, right? I was a student, I was an advocate and activist. I was a lobbyist for many years. I was a political director of a national labor union for a long time. I was ran my own firm as well. And no matter what I did, no matter what, I turned it into a data job. I really always wanted to make data-driven decisions. I always wanted to quantify things and explain them and create a story out of it. So I don't remember when I became a data scientist. It was just kind of born this way.
I love that answer. That's so great. So if somebody had never heard of data science before, how would you explain the field to them?
Sure. Data science is an amalgam of math and software engineering and statistics, all to build a story or to derive a story out of the data that you have. Data science, as it's called now, is an umbrella term that encompasses many different disciplines, but essentially all of them, whether it is actual data science, data visualization, machine learning engineering, you name it, right? Whether they all want to make a story out of the data that you're given in order to make better decisions.
Awesome. Yes, there's a number of distinctions within the data science space. That's one of the fun things about learning data science, is also learning the nuances of what is called data science, what is called machine learning versus data analytics and data visualization, and the list goes on. And so with that in mind, do you have particular resources that you would recommend to somebody who is interested in learning more?
Oh, let me tell you, every single day, including today, every single day, I either have a virtual coffee with someone, or I have a email from someone, or I get a LinkedIn message from somebody every day asking this very question, right? And the answer is, well, there isn't one because data science is so broad, such a broad space. Like it'd be the equivalent of asking, hey, listen, how do I get started on math? Very, very broad. Like what kind of math, that kind of thing. But I'll say this, I've worked with thousands of people at this point on many, many different projects. And the one thing, I'll tell you what I don't see often, and I'll tell you what I'll see all the time, right? So the thing that I don't see often is folks having a really deep and fundamental knowledge of statistics, not just the basic stuff, but advanced statistics. The people who do have that knowledge are usually supreme data scientists, machine learning engineers, what have you, right? Research data scientists. So I strongly recommend, if someone wants to go into that realm, which is always a great thing, to learn advanced stats. And there are a couple of resources for that. Really, there's only one. There's a book called oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank, the ISLR, the Introduction to Statistical Learning in R. ISLR.
There we go.
Read that book cover to cover. There's a Python version and there's a version in R. The original version is in R. There are workbooks on GitHub for free. Work through the whole thing, right? There are YouTube videos that go through it chapter by chapter. You do that, you're good. You can understand every single thing, well, almost, but you can understand most of the things you do when you're creating machine learning models and stuff, right? You can actually literally explain what is happening behind the scenes. The second thing that I see people use a lot, but people not use very well because the tools are very accessible, is data visualization, also known as making really nice dashboards. Everybody loves a good dashboard. I know I do too. I love a nice data visual. You go on the New York Times, on the front page, there's usually a visualization built by a team of data scientists, right? It's an incredible skill to have. It's a wonderful skill to have. Most people don't do this, and I recommend that you do, which is, there is a wonderful book called Storytelling with Data. Fantastic book. It's all about how to literally use the right color, the right spacing, the right elements to best convey what it is that you're trying to tell the person that's looking at your dashboard. An incredible skill as well. 9 out of 10 people don't want to know about the cool model that you make. They just don't. They just don't want to know, right? For whatever reason. But 10 out of 10 people love to look at pretty pictures, right? And so if you can build that, it's a really great skill to have as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing those resources. I am taking notes as a data scientist in the first year of my career. I hope that the rest of this community will also find these tips to be similarly valuable. So thank you for that. If you're just joining us, I'm speaking with Sian Lewis. She is a data science team lead at Booz Allen Hamilton. She's also very involved in her community through work and also the broader DC tech community. So I'd like to speak a little bit about the work that you're doing at Booz Allen. How would you describe your typical day as a team lead?
Sure. I wake up in the morning. So as a team lead, I'll tell you it 2 ways: as a data scientist and as a person who manages a small but mighty team. So the team lead, checking with the team on what things that they're up to, where they're stuck, tasks that they're on, any assistance that they need, any resources. That usually takes up the first half of my day. The second half of my day, the second quarter of my day is spent in meetings, right? Just meetings about projects that are ongoing for the various team members, gathering more projects. And then I spend a solid hour a day communicating, emailing people, calling them back. I just have to carve out an hour to do it. I will not look at email and notifications throughout the day. I just do it once or twice a day. And that's it.
Wow.
Because you can't get anything done if you're always checking your phone, you know?
Yeah.
And then I spend a couple hours on myself on a data science project that I'm working on, or a course or something like that, just so I keep my skills up. And then my workday is over. The
All right. Well, not really the end though, because it sounds like you're also involved in a lot of other internal initiatives and community building organizations and things like that. So I'm hopeful that you could talk to us about the culture that you are looking to create at Booz.
Oh, cool. It's a great question. I love that. Bhutan's a great place to work. I did not expect it to be, only because of my experience working with other consultant firms. So I thought, okay, I'm going to work in this place with a bunch of stuffy people doing stuffy things. And that's not the case. I have a lot of fun. I've been there for over 2 years. I really like my work. I love my coworkers. I get to learn a lot. So the culture itself, as it is presently, it is a Fortune 500 company. It has the trappings of a Fortune 500 company, but I also see a company that's really working on diversity, a company that is really invested in getting more women in STEM fields, like literally invested. And it's really nice to work in a place that is not just lip service, that it actually happens. In my project, I work in the military healthcare system, working to improve it and unify it, which is no small feat. My team is we work with really cool people. We work on a really cool project. We're mostly people of color, and we rock and roll. It's really, really awesome. We live in a place where and work in a place where we're also able to learn new things, which is really nice. Usually at a job, you don't have time to learn new things because you're moving at 100 miles per hour. But not where I work. We actually have access to internal and external resources as well. So it's a great place to work overall. The culture is, I see a lot of folks actively learning about racial injustice in this country, actively learning about how to be an upstander and not a bystander in instances of racial justice, figuring out what microaggressions are and how to undo what they may have done in the past, and really working hard to create a culture and environment that works for everybody.
That's awesome to hear. That is a really stunning vote of confidence. And I want to switch now to audience questions because there are great questions that have been listed and they're highly relevant to the conversations that we've been having so far. The first is, what lessons from your work in activism, your career, your past career, your experience as an entrepreneur, how do you bring that into your data science work?
Oh, that's a really great question. Good question, whoever asked that. I was an activist. I was an advocate. I was a union boss lady. And what I bring into my data science is, one, when you do that kind of work, like working on political campaigns I did that for many, many years, right? When you do that kind of work, two things happen. One is you get really tough, right? Literally, like your heart breaks so many times, right? You just get really just mentally tough. You develop this level of fortitude that's really, really hard to penetrate. I don't mean you yourself being hard to penetrate, but your resilience is just so strong that it really helps as a data scientist. When you're a data scientist, it's an exercise in banging your head against the wall for most of the day, right? Most of the time. If the code is not working, which it usually isn't, right? If you get it to work miraculously, amen, then your results are not what you expected. You go back to the drawing board over and over and over again. And having that kind of resilience from my past career has really, really helped. Also, because I work in, I'm an introvert and I was a lobbyist for many years. It was a total, complete mismatch. But I learned to be an extrovert and I learned to work with people in a way that I hadn't before. And that is really helpful with data science as well. Data science is really one of those very collaborative lines of work. You literally can't get anything done without asking help from someone. You just can't. And if you are getting stuff done without asking for help from someone, then what you're doing isn't hard enough, right? It's just not challenging to you. Because if you're a data scientist, you will run into a brick wall and you will have to ask for help. You'll have to form great relationships with people. You'll have to build them and grow. You'll have to have data science friends. Everybody has that one or two friend who knows Python like it's their own natural language, right? I am not that friend. Don't ask me for anything. I don't know, right? But everyone has to have that friend. In order to get that friend, you have to have great relationship building skills and really the ability to collaborate. A third thing that comes along with, being an activist and advocate and entrepreneur and such is that, you get to hear no from people a lot doing that kind of work. People say no to you all the time, right? And then you just have to keep on chugging until they say yes, or to find another way to get something happen. Same thing with data science. Folks will say, oh, the data's too messy. Oh, we can't do it. No, we just can't. It can't be done. If I had a nickel for every time I heard that, I would have $1.50. I could buy a bus fare. I wouldn't have a lot. I wouldn't be a millionaire, but I've heard it quite often. And sometimes in data science, you really have to be beyond resilient, beyond collaborative. You really have to be unstoppable as well. And those are the things I brought to it.
Really helpful answer. Yeah, I have not internalized, I think, the extent to which, these three elements that you point out are true. But, as you were talking through your answer, it really clicked for me. Data requires resilience because it's not always clear where you're going when you start. Data is inherently collaborative, like just the process of working across the data pipeline in order to get what you need to be able to even begin the data science process is a inherently collaborative act. And then finally, you have to be unstoppable. You can't just accept the common view of the challenge that you're facing as an unbreakable barrier, because otherwise you'll never get to the point where you've achieved advanced analytics insights. So yeah, wow, those are some really key things for data scientists out there to be thinking about as they approach their own work. Okay, awesome. If you have questions for Cian, please do make sure that you're submitting them through Slido. The link is in the sidebar of the YouTube live chat. So we have another question for you, and that is, despite evidence that diversity increases the success of group efforts, there still exists leaders who don't know how to listen to the thoughts of different people, especially people different from their own background. So how do you get those type of leaders and managers to appreciate you and your contributions?
Oh, that's a really great question. I haven't thought about this question in a long time. Well, there are two answers. One is there are some people that will never appreciate you. They just never will. They will never appreciate your thoughts or contributions just because of who you are. And for people like that, I would not spend any more time or energy on them. Period. End of story. Why continue to bang your head against the wall? But I would say for the majority of people, right? Most people they're doing two things in life, right? We're literally trying to not die from one way or another. And the second thing, we're just doing the best we can with the tools that we have. There's never enough time or resources. People take mental shortcuts. And then a really easy mental shortcut is be like, just to dismiss anybody who doesn't look like them. So you have to be undismissible, right? And a way to be undismissible is to either find the best messenger for yourself, if you or yourself as a messenger is not working, or to find a way to make a relationship with this person. I know these two things sound really impossible, but they're not. I'll give you an example. So I learned a long time ago in politics, right? If you're working in politics, I am not anywhere close to being a straight white man. And when I started, I was too young to know that would be an issue, right? But then one of my mentors, number one, get a mentor. One of my mentors are like, hey, Cian, have you ever thought about um, enrolling people into this vision that you have so that the folks above you, right, would see that it's not just you, but all these other people have the same thoughts, your thoughts, right? And perhaps that would really help. So, you know what? I'll give it a try. It's always my answer. I'll give it a shot. So if you have something that you want to see accomplished, you've come up with something really, really, really brilliant, right? You must enroll others in the brilliance that you have made. Not to necessarily steal your idea, but to be like, hey, this person has such a great idea. And then your other coworker, they're all saying that you have this great idea, right? And the people above, they notice that. Eventually, they'd like to know the source of this great idea, and that source would be you. So, really, to break it down, you have to form relationships with people, right, around you, around the boss, so that they carry your message on. That's number one. That's how you become undismissible. The second thing is this. A really long time ago, I was talking to my dad, like, Dad, I'm dating. This is just forever ago. Dad, I'm dating. Dating pool is so tough and stuff. And he's like, well, there's a numbers game. My dad's a professor. Numbers game. You have to do one of two things to attract people to you, right? You either have to go to them all, right? Just always be out and about in the world, right? Go to all the events. Or you have to do something really cool that attracts people to you, right? That's really it. And so if you want the people above you to notice, right? I just literally just told you about going to them all, right? Enrolling people in your wonderful idea so that they are spreading your idea, saying great things about you, or you yourself have to do something so incredibly awesome that the people above come to you. And there are a bunch of ways you can do that. You can create a workshop inside of where you are to be like, hey, I'm giving a workshop about X, Y, and Z thing. People come to you, right? You can say, I'm giving a talk about whatever X, Y, and Z. People come to you. Whatever it is you decide to do something where people have to literally come to you. And that way you're viewed as the expert or the guru, gets the boss attention every time.
Yeah. Great tips. I appreciate that they work for the workplace, also work for dating. And that's really key. I think encouraging people to be intrapreneurial and to find their own opportunities, whether it's, chipping away bit by bit each day by enrolling their colleagues in their ideas, or putting yourself forward in a hugely influential way, like you mentioned, just like coming up with the initiative to start a relevant workshop. That both of these strategies work in concert to really submit your position as invaluable, as undismissible, and and that's relevant for everyone. So we're getting a lot of questions around diversity and inclusion, though, which I think is just really valuable. Another question is around working from home, and how that's been going for Booz Allen, and also just an expression of support around how excellent this interview has been so far.
Oh, thank you. Working from home is challenging. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Working from home is challenging. Working from home is great. Working from home is boring. Working from home is awesome. It's all the things, right? It's all the emotion. It's very, very isolating. It's very nice to be able to do stuff in your without pants. The pluses and minuses, right? Just to make the time to socially distance, hang out with people that are very, very important to you every now and then.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much, Sian, for joining us for this interview. Before we wrap up, I do just want to ask if you have any last minute pieces of wisdom that you would like to impart to the Women Who Code DC community.
Last minute pieces of wisdom. I will say, take sorry out of your vocabulary. Never be sorry for stuff. Learn from things, redo things, but never sorry.
All right, great. Those are strong words to close out this conversation. Thank you again so much, Cian. This has been exceptionally valuable. So I hope people will continue to tune in throughout the day for more speaker talks like this. And yeah, just going to close this one out and say thanks one more time.
Thank you again. Thanks a lot, Nicole. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Bye.
All right, you are live.
All right. Well, I'm here with Dr. Rebecca Bilbrow. We are kicking off another round of the speaker series, which is running in parallel with the Women Who Code Fall Career Services event. So to provide an introduction to our next interview, Dr. Rebecca Bilbrow is a data scientist. She's a Python and Go programmer, a teacher, a speaker, and an author. She works as a consulting engineer at Unisys, where she leads product teams in building data products through a blend of traditional machine learning techniques, NLP, and deep learning. Rebecca is also an active open source contributor, and she's the creator and maintainer of the Yellowbrick library, a Python package that extends scikit-learn and matplotlib to support feature analysis, model selection, and hyperparameter tuning. So Rebecca, welcome to the Women Who Code event stage as a participant in our fall speaker series. I wanted to kick off this conversation here around your development of Yellowbrick. So how did you first come to be involved in the project?
Thank you very much for having me here. And thank you also for asking about Yellowbrick. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. I'm not sure how many of the people who are tuned in have encountered Yellowbrick before at work or at school or in other meetups. The library is between 4 and 5 years old now. It's been open source for over 4 years now. And it's something that I started writing with a colleague, Benjamin Bengfort, when I was sort of transitioning from teaching myself machine learning and learning how to do machine learning into being a teacher of machine learning. So it's something that I've been thinking about for a while. And kind of, it comes out of this experience of having to explain something very technical to yourself and try to understand what it is you are doing when you're doing something where there is a lot of representational mysticism. And machine learning is a prime candidate of that, where, as easy as it feels to use something like scikit-learn to build a predictive model and generate live predictions, the actual mechanics of what's going on under the hood in just a few lines of code packs a lot of complexity. And, if you're like me and, most of my students, you have a lot of curiosity about what's actually happening. And you have this intuition that understanding more about what's happening under the hood will actually allow you to achieve better model performance, which in fact is true. So there is kind of, a equal and opposite push in the opposite direction. I'm noticing a lot of people using tools that kind of do automated machine learning, where you kind of outsource those iterations to, essentially a bunch of virtual machines running different models in parallel. Yellowbrick sort of goes the other direction and says, well, what if we sort of understand what's happening a little bit better? What different decisions would we make? And how would those decisions help us get to higher performing models more quickly than what we would be able to get to if we just kind of threw more virtual compute resources at the problem?
Awesome. I really appreciate that detailed description for the value add of the Yellowbrick package. It's been really a pleasure to work with and to be able to provide visual diagnostics for the machine learning process. And we'll touch on, as we move through this interview, a bit more about how that works and what machine learning looks like. I just wanted to ask now, what advice you would give to a female developer who's looking to jumpstart or to jump into an open source project?
So I think that this is such an interesting time to be asking that question. There's kind of a, I don't know how much people kind of follow tech Twitter, but there's an ongoing, very kind of deep discussion that's happening right now in the open source Python community about underrepresented minorities in open source. And a lot of very big packages are being sort of confronted with, I think, valid criticism about, you know, their history of engagement of underrepresented communities. And, you know, also a lot of people are, you know, talking through what their plans are, you know, to get more people involved, to be more welcoming and more open. So this is a excellent time, you know, I would say, you know, if you are looking to get involved, there's a lot of projects right now who I think are really seeking different voices, you know, unique perspectives. So the timing is great. So that's sort of, you know, on a positive note, I think there's a lot of opportunity right now. If you're interested in getting involved in open source, you know, you can kind of, there's a few people on, you know, Twitter who are really kind of excellent amplifiers. So Safia is one of the kind of, you know, leading voices in the open source, you know, community, she's a underrepresented minority, but is a, you know, a very important voice in the community. And she is sort of constantly amplifying projects. Map.lib is a project that's always seeking more projects, more contributors to the project. NumPy is a project that's an example of a project that's been historically mostly white men contributors, but that's made a huge effort recently to open up contributions. Scikit-learn is a package that does routine meetings that are designed to attract women and other underrepresented minorities to be contributors to Scikit-learn. Yellowbrick is a great place to come to contribute if you're interested. So there's a lot of great packages out there. You know, I would say, you know, the tough thing is that it's hard to make time to build open source if it's something you're doing in addition to your full-time job and your home responsibilities, and just, you know, taking care of yourself and, you know, staying, you know, staying healthy, staying, you know, sleeping enough and taking care of yourself. So doing all of those things is a lot. I think the best possible thing, the best scenario, I think, is figuring out how to negotiate at your job for being able to allot some amount of time towards open source. And I guarantee you that your job uses open source a lot and is making, you know, somehow in the way that they're making money, they're leveraging open source. And so for that reason, I think you can make the case that it makes sense for you to be able to spend, you know, some amount of your time, 5% of your time, you know, however much of your time contributing back to open source and carving out some of that time, some work time to be doing that, so that you don't have to take time away from taking care of yourself, being with friends and family, sleeping, and those kinds of things. So I think that would be my advice. You know, I think it's a great time to get involved. You know, try to do it in a way that won't end in feeling kind of depleted. But you know, it's a very rewarding way to give back. You know, and in some sense, we are all making use of open source. And so, you know, I think that figuring out some way to give back is, you know, a little bit like the, you know, civic duty of somebody who is leveraging these packages in the wild.
Thank you. That's such a valuable strategy for how to allocate your time, you know, shift a few of your work hours into contributing to these important projects. And I'm just so grateful to have you here, Rebecca, as part of this conversation so that we can speak about the depth of your background in this open source world and also some of your experience in machine learning and also as a teacher. I will just take a quick pause for a second to plug Twitter, given that this was an important element of your response to that question. So you can find Rebecca Bilbrow on Twitter at Rebecca Bilbrow, and you can find Women Who Code DC at their handle, which is also simply just Women Who Code DC. So perhaps following this video, we can use the Women Who Code platform in order to tweet out some of these bios that you mentioned and help people find interesting projects that they can get working on. So taking just a step back, if you have questions for Rebecca Bilbrow in the audience, please make sure that you're submitting them via the Slido platform, and we will post the link to Slido in the sidebar of YouTube Live so that she can also address your questions as well. Okay, so Rebecca, how would you describe machine learning to somebody who's unfamiliar with this term?
It's a good question. So there's a lot of complexity in machine learning, but if you had to kind of give the elevator pitch for why machine learning is valuable, how it can help us, how it can help society and everyday people, the answer is that there are a lot of decisions that get made and work that gets done in a very routine way. So kind of very routine decisions where you can, you end up with this trail of a lot of decisions that have been made and kind of the input that went into making those decisions and the outcomes of those decisions. And in the end, a lot of those decisions are fairly low-level decisions. And the person who's burdened with making these decisions, or the team that's burdened with making these decisions, is unable to move on to kind of higher order decision making or thought processes because they are kind of inundated with a lot of tedious decisions that they have to make over and over and over. So kind of, let's say, we're inspecting apples, they're coming down a conveyor belt, and really all we have to do is look at them and make sure there's not a bruise on them, and they kind of pass by. So imagine kind of this sort of conveyor belt where the people who are, inspecting these apples could be asking much deeper questions, or kind of developing more, more useful solutions. But because they are, having to kind of make these decisions, these very small decisions over and over and over, we're sort of blocked from moving on to these higher order things. So the goal of machine learning is to look at a historic snapshot of a bunch of these decisions that have been made and the input that went into making these decisions, and to see if it's possible to train an algorithm to learn the feature space of the information that's going into making these decisions, and learn a relationship between those features and the actual outcome of the decision that has been made. And in some cases, this is possible. It's not possible in all cases, but in the cases where it is possible, it can be very effective to train an algorithm to learn those patterns, and then you can implement some kind of automated decision-making process moving forward, and you can even integrate features into that algorithm in the future, so that when the algorithm makes mistakes, it can learn to do a better job the next time.
Sounds great. That was a really excellent kind of end-to-end summary of machine learning, maybe some active learning as well. Some really important techniques in the field of data science. So if you're somebody who is just learning about these terms and you're trying to decide where you might slot yourself, you're interested in learning more about tech fields, but you're not sure if really data science is right for you, what qualities, in your opinion, make someone well suited to enter a career in data science, machine learning?
So that's a very interesting question. I think that there are a lot of different paths into data science, especially now, potentially in 15 or 20 years, it will be a more kind of traditional discipline, kind of like how we see something like computer science or statistics now. But right now, there is a lot of flexibility, and there are a lot of different paths that lead into data science. I will say that I think that the people who kind of enjoy being a data scientist the most are people who just really enjoy figuring things out. So people who don't mind when each new problem that they're given is not straightforward. So if you're somebody who, kind of likes figuring things out, whether that's kind of, figuring, like you get a new kind of cell phone and you're figuring out how to make it work, or, you like to pick up new hobbies and figure out how to do something like, how do I play the ukulele, or how does this rollerblading thing work? So if you're the kind of person who's always kind of picking up new things and kind of enjoys exploring new things, data science has a lot of those features. There are techniques that are consistent or have some consistency from project to project in data science, but a lot of it is just figuring out how to figure something out. So it's about, it is a family of problem solving, but sort of a family of problem solving where part of the problem is to define what the problem actually is. I have met a lot of different data scientists who have come from a lot of different backgrounds, who have that, approach, who enjoy, who have that kind of curiosity. And so I don't think that it's a specific skill set in particular that pre-qualifies you to be a data scientist. I will say there are some skills that will make your job easier if you do decide to become a data scientist. So I think that understanding how to write reusable code is a very helpful skill to have, because it will allow you to automate some of the boring things so that you don't get stuck doing sort of some of the tedious tasks of that are involved in collecting and transforming data. There's a lot of repeatable things that you can do. So figuring out how to write good quality reusable code is a great skill. Having a feel for statistics and linear algebra, so kind of having an intuition about what's happening when you multiply two matrices together, for example, or what's actually happening to a curve when you take the derivative of it, or something like that. So developing those kinds of intuitions is helpful. And honestly, knowing how to communicate with people and ask questions and ask people what problem they want you to solve, I would say is another kind of big part of it. So being able to talk to domain experts, ask questions that elicit meaningful responses so that you can figure out how to define the problem. I think those are some of the key skills.
Sounds good. A lot of that really resonates in terms of what's useful in the day-to-day data science work. So in terms of where to go from here, what advice would you give to somebody who is preparing for a new job?
Well, I started a new job 3 or 4 months ago. And I think that maybe my main advice is that, each new job is an opportunity to meet new people who are really good at something, who really know a lot about something. And it's an opportunity for you to introduce the things that you know how to do to those people. And so you end up with this potential to collaborate with a lot of new people. So when you're starting a new job, I would say pick a job where you feel like your opportunities to collaborate are going to be maximized, where you're the most excited to work with people who are, in that organization, where there are people that you've talked to, and when they interviewed you and asked you questions, you felt that sort of spark of mutual curiosity. So I think that's one thing. Starting a new job also, involves kind of the the logistics of pay and, being, compensation and equity sometimes, and those kinds of things. And so, starting a new job is also about making sure that you are valuing your skill set. And sometimes that involves talking to people who are not at that job, talking to people who are in a similar industry to you, and figuring out what the market value of your skills is, so you can kind of be prepared to negotiate if necessary. And I think, creating an opportunity to learn some new things, right? So getting involved in projects that will push you to learn a new skill. So whether that's a new programming language that you might have to learn in order to be successful at the new organization, learning about a new data domain that you'll have to understand in order to be successful. So I think, kind of creating a little bit of pressure so that you will enter a space where there's a world of new things to learn, and kind of a guarantee for growth.
Really great advice around how to collaborate effectively, how to find a new role that'll push yourself. And I'm sure that our community will be really grateful to leverage this as they're looking ahead at their options coming out of an event like this. So with that, I'd like to turn now to some questions from the audience. And if you have a question for Rebecca, make sure you submit it via Slido. So first up here, what questions from teaching do you bring into coding?
Oh, that's interesting. So I think one of the things that's become challenging as a teacher is that we're teaching via Zoom now, and not in person. And I am so used to looking in my students' faces for kind of the glimmer of recognition, or kind of that click moment where something I've said, or the way that I've said something, has had a impact, and they are starting to understand something that felt obscure before. But that is, a very important part of teaching, right? Teaching is not a one-way thing, right? It's a conversation between the teacher and the student. And I would say that coding is not a one-way conversation either. I think that one of the misnomers of code is that it's like writing, writing something that's sort of static, that's job is just to get something done. Like, it's just, you're writing this code just so that it'll generate this model, or just so that it'll generate this plot. But the code that you write is part of a conversation, and it's a conversation that you might be having with future you, who has to go back and look at that code and figure out what the heck you were trying to say in the past. Or it might be a conversation that you're having with a coworker, with a future maintainer, somebody who's going to pick up your code and maintain it, somebody who's going to pick up your code and integrate it into a bigger project. So kind of thinking about the code that you're writing as part of a dialogue, as always a part of a dialogue, even if you're just writing it for yourself. You're writing, a journal entry to future you. And it's not just about having code that's executable. It's about, saying, when I wrote this, it occurred to me that I actually, there's maybe a few different ways to solve this that might be more efficient. And maybe you don't have time to implement those right now, but you can write it in a little inline comment to yourself as a to-do. And then, 6 months later, when you're searching through and you see that to-do, you'll say, oh, right, I was gonna see if I could speed this up. This might be a good time for that. Or maybe you pass it to your coworker who, really likes tinkering and trying to speed things up, and that'll be a trigger for her or for him to figure out how they might be able to integrate their skill set into what you've done. So it's just like teaching, coding is a conversation.
Fabulous. I love that metaphor. Really helpful. All right, next up, what do you think that companies who have the desire to bring in a diverse skill set, do you think that these companies, they're looking to increase the diversity of their workforce? Do they have the resources that are allocated appropriately into making these environments within tech truly inclusive?
So there's a lot of variation from company to company. I've worked in a lot of organizations, from organizations where it was a team of 5 people up to organizations where it was, 5,000 people. And you do see that, the size of the company tends to correlate with, at least how much of a resource they have around attracting high quality candidates, attracting, people who have interesting different backgrounds, different approaches to solving problems. There is probably an inflection point where once a company gets big enough, they are a little bit, sometimes going through the motions and kind of putting people through kind of a generic hiring process. I think you can usually tell, right, during the hiring process if it's a generic experience, and they're not giving you very much opportunity to show off what you're really good at. It's usually not a great sign, whatever that might be, whatever it is you're really good at. If their hiring process doesn't showcase your skills, there's a good chance that the job also will not give you a chance to kind of showcase what really makes you special as a contributor to that organization. So I think you can usually tell fairly early on, and it's not going to be in the words that they say, right? Because everybody has memorized the correct words to say when they're hiring candidates. It's really going to be in their actions and kind of how they're engaging with you, how they're giving you the opportunity to show off what you really have to bring to the table. So potentially that has, that may have some relationship with the company's resources and the trainings that their HR staff has gone through. But usually it has more to do with who is already there. So if their workforce is already diverse, if their workforce is, already filled with people who have a lot of different ideas and different ways of solving problems, that will show up in the interview from the very beginning in the interview process, and you'll know right away.
All right, great. Some really good advice for folks as they go about the interview process coming out of this experience. So I just like to switch gears and ask kind of a fun question as we close things out, and then I'll give you the opportunity to share any remaining last piece of wisdom that you would like to with the group. But first, have you made any fun quarantine discoveries? And by that, I mean an activity or a pastime that you would not have ordinarily engaged in, but that you've been enjoying during this strange period?
Oh, what a great question. So I don't know if this counts as a pastime, but there's a park right next to my house. And one of the things that I, have to do much more intentionally, in the sense that I have to set an alarm on my phone to remind me to do this. I have to remind myself to get up off of my chair, out of my desk, and go outside and walk around this park a couple times a day. And so I'll go and do a quick loop. And there is a groundhog that lives in this park. And this groundhog is always, maybe he's there 70% of the time. And so I've sort of grown to, walk past and kind of look for him, which is not something that I think I would have even I don't think I would have even noticed the fauna that was living in my area before this. But now that, my interactions, my real life IRL interactions are so limited, I've started noticing things like that. And not just the groundhog, who I have affectionately named Murray after Bill Murray in Groundhog Day, just so that everybody knows. But, not just the groundhog, but also, the rabbits and the squirrels and, some of these, these animals that just live in this park and are kind of my co-inhabitants of this space. I notice them a lot more than I ever would have before.
It's a really delightful answer. Yeah, it's so true, the way that that nature can replenish us and re-energize us. And I love your point. That's a great tip too, about having a reminder, a designated time to go and take care of ourselves and take these breaks. I think that's so important for everybody who works in tech. Okay, so with that, I just want to close out with a couple of words about Women Who Code, and then we'll return to Rebecca for a last piece of wisdom. So if you're just joining us today, Women Who Code is an organization that has 70 plus chapters all around the world. This event is sponsored by the DC chapter, and like every Women Who Code organization, we are really focused on empowering women in technology. We offer coding resources, leadership opportunities, and great events like this one today. So now I'm going to return to Rebecca for anything else that she'd like to share as we wrap up this interview.
So I think that maybe, one parting piece of wisdom that I feel like I discovered later in life than I would have liked is that tech is a creative space. I think that people who work outside of tech and even people who work inside of tech think that we are just, churning out code and widgets and machines, and that it's this sort of very dry, clinical space where things are very obvious and it's just about checking things off a list and putting things together and shipping them. But that's not true at all. This is a space of creativity. It's a place where if you have sort of an artistic mindset and if you have the heart of an artist, and if you feel like you're a creator and a maker, that is sort of what makes people in tech shine and really kind of powerful contributors to projects. People who see themselves as a creator and somebody who has a voice and something to say, and kind of a personal take on things. So do not feel that you have to silence that in order to be successful in tech, because what I have observed in my career is that it's exactly the opposite. The best tech is the tech that is created by people who respect themselves as creators and thinkers, independent thinkers, and thought leaders, and people who have something to express to the world.
Thank you. Great encouragement to everybody to go out and put their unique voice into the world. So with that, we will pause on the interviews for a little while, let everybody return to their one-on-one meetups. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your advice with the community. It's been really valuable to speak with you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thanks.
Good luck, everyone.
All right, and you are live.
All right, I'm here with another instance of our Women Who Code Fall Speaker Series. Today I'll be interviewing Jessica Dembe. She's a front-end engineer at Axios, a media company based here in DC. And so I'm going to have Jessica tell us a bit about her experience working as a software developer in both web and mobile, and also her involvement in the community as an organizer for Black Code Collective and also a volunteer with Black Girls Code. So please join me in welcoming Jessica Dembe to the virtual Women Who Code DC stage.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, well, to kick things off, I'd really love to hear more about your journey into tech. So how did you first get started working, how did you first get interested in working in this space? And how did you get started in terms of your learning processes?
Sure. I only realized tech as a career when I was taking a computer science or computer applications class in the 11th grade. And then my teacher at the time thought I had the talent for it. Then I took AP computer science. At the time, I thought I would never use it, and I didn't like how complex it was. So quit that for a few years. And then I revisited the career later on, like several years long, like maybe 7-8 years afterwards. So from there, I kind of did an assessment of what I wanted to do in a career, which was to make the internet usable for people. So from there, that's when I thought I had the idea of doing this career. I started self-teaching myself. Then I decided to kind of accelerate my learning in a coding boot camp. And then that's what launched me to my career today.
I love that response because it shows that the journey isn't necessarily linear and that you can get some exposure to software engineering and then go away from it for a while and then get really excited again, do some self-teaching, find resources like a boot camp, and then end up with a successful job at a promising company. So I think that it's really useful to look back on our own stories and realize that they don't have to be a straight and narrow path. So thank you so much for talking about your experience. I'd love to hear a bit more about what it's like working at Axios.
Sure, working at Axios has been interesting because it's a startup, it's been news, and people are really driven. I've worked with really driven people, and that's what I really enjoyed about it. And people who are really smart, and people who are very mission focused. So that's some of the things I've liked working at Axios, and just very nice people, and they're willing to help you learn and willing to help you like ask questions or answer questions. Just very open, collegiate people. So
very nice.
That's kind of a taste of what it's like.
Sounds like a positive culture.
Yes.
And do you know if Axios is currently hiring?
Yes, I don't have that list. I have another hiring for a senior React Native engineer, but I can provide the general like catch-all job application. I can provide that in the channel after our talk.
All right, that sounds good. So in your previous answer about how you got interested in working in tech, you mentioned that your goal was to make the internet useful for people. And I love that description. I'm hoping you can speak a bit more about what that means to you and kind of some examples of that done well and that done poorly.
Sure. So before I got back into software engineering, my career, I was in public health and disability and mental health. So one big aspect of disability is Section 508, basically accommodations for people with disabilities. And as some may know, the internet's not really a usable, some of the internet, it's not really a usable place for individuals with a disability. So how do I make it so that people who can't use a keyboard, I mean, you know, people who can't use a mouse, who can't see, who have vision impairments, people who have hearing impairments, how do I make it so that they can have a good experience on the internet and right now in mobile phones? And so my kind of job is to enhance experience and to kind of make and to follow that lead of that accessibility is not it's not a nice to have, it's something that you must have. So that's kind of been my driving force in my career so far in front-end development.
And I guess tech plays a really important role in promoting accessibility. So how have you seen that play out in your work, some of your projects outside of work?
Can you repeat the question again, just to make sure I have it?
Yeah, so I think it's really important that you've devoted a lot of like thought into accessibility, and the way that you've said that, you know, it's a need to have, it's not a nice to have, basically. So I guess my question is, what is the status of accessibility in tech? Where do you think that, or like, how do you feel like the industry is approaching this challenge? Do you think that there's enough that's being done to make the internet accessible?
Okay, so I think, you know, there's still work to be done, but there's a lot of passionate people, and there are people within the industry who believe that, you know, accessibility is a must have, it's not a nice to have. One thing that you'll see a lot is semantic HTML, for example, and labeling and, you know, proper use of using buttons versus, you know, just using sections. So I think the state is pretty strong in that it's evolving, but I think with developers, it's kind of, how do I say this? Making sure from the get-go that accessibility is important. I mean, for example, myself, when I first started around HTML, CSS, I remember with Neopets, you know, sparkly pages and purple and pink backgrounds. So it was a great learning playground. But like when you try to transition into a career, it's like, okay, that was nice, but you have to remember not to put red on green, for example, or not to have, you know, blinking text, not too much too much flashing text, for example. So it's come a long way, and it's been interesting to see like many working groups and many advocates in the role really push accessibility as an important practice.
Absolutely. Do you feel that there are good resources out there that somebody who's just looking to enter the front-end coding space, where they could learn more about accessibility?
I think so. For example, MDN had a lot of resources on how to use things in an accessible manner. For example, don't use divs for buttons, use a button tag, for example. Or Free Code Camp, I know, has, with its introductory courses, I believe there is an accessibility kind of section to what they do. So there are resources if you look out there, but those are just two that really sprung to mind that are from what feels like an authoritative source.
Got it. Yeah, I'm sure that that'll be really helpful. And speaking more broadly, what advice would you give to somebody, specifically a woman, somebody who's attending this event, as they're looking to enter their career in tech?
I would say ask questions, ask a lot of questions. Don't be afraid to introduce yourself to people. You know, the more questions you have, I think, the more once you get those answers, I think the more armed you will be on what it takes what to expect from this career path. So my whole thing is in networking is a really big part of that. So I would say network often, even though, and yes, I understand that with COVID, it's really been hard for people to network. But now we have like the Slack channel, for example, just asking a general question goes a long way into your learning and then showing someone else that like this is something that I'm interested in. So that's kind of what my advice would be.
Yeah, that's really wonderful and also timely, also frustrating, because I agree that I really miss in-person meetups. I think that that's a really valuable and underrated aspect of the DC tech scene. Being that this city is not known for tech, it's not San Francisco, it's not New York. I think that the tech scene is smaller, tighter knit, and a lot friendlier. So if that encourages anybody to who's watching this to go out and try to meet people, the same communities that existed in person prior to the pandemic, they've just moved online. A lot of them are really active on Twitter and Slack, and you can still put yourself out there, get involved in projects, do local volunteering initiatives, and get your foot in the door that way. So those are my string of recommendations around how to network during this time of COVID. Jessica, I'm hoping that you could speak to us a bit about some of your community involvement. So as I mentioned earlier in my introduction, Jessica is wonderfully involved in Black Code Collective and also Black Girls Code. So one professional organization and then a civics organization. So hopefully, we can encourage some folks to get involved in those spaces as well.
Yeah. So a little bit about both. I think my main theme is getting more people involved who haven't really seen themselves in this field, get more like support and more engagement into where we want to be moving forward. So with Black Girls Code, they do a lot of like getting people, instructors involved, and then showing that you can do this too. And so hoping to inspire next generation of STEM women and young Black girls to pursue tech and science as a career. And then as for Black Code Collective, it's encouraging, and it's more of a space so I can learn and grow, and again ask more questions of developers who look like me and may have been through experiences that I've been through. So much like Women Who Code, it's a space that has helped foster my development as a software engineer.
Awesome to hear that. Yeah, some really good additional organizations for folks to look out for and get involved in. Jessica, can you speak to me a bit about your proudest accomplishment to date at Axios?
Sure. So in February 2015, we redesigned our site. We relaunched it with SEO in mind, and so far I really like the look of it and the work it took for our team to get our new site off the ground. So kind of working as a team to relaunch that site. I think that's my biggest accomplishment so far.
Nice. Yeah, that's a huge accomplishment. Definitely, it's really fruitful when you get to, go live with that new version. And I'm sure that a lot of our participants who are front-end developers, they'll really resonate with the excitement of that moment.
Yeah.
So we talked about some things that you're doing outside of work that are related to coding and tech. Tell me a little bit about your hobbies and any fun things that you've been engaged in recently. So to provide a little bit more structure to that question, has there been any fun quarantine discovery, something that you wouldn't have engaged in prior to the pandemic that you found yourself taking part in and really enjoying?
Sure. So I got more into Netflix, which means I've gotten into the Great British Baking Show or Great British Bake Off. So that's inspired me to cook and bake more often. I don't know. I was mentioning that I feel like COVID has taken away my general hobbies of like exploring the city and going out and trying to find new restaurants and new haunts. So I think being involved in like cooking and baking has been real interesting for me because it helps take care of, not just like takes care of myself, but it's a real creative outlet that I get to explore more. And, you know, the possibilities are endless. So yeah, I'd say exploring more cooking and baking things has been my whole quarantine discovery.
Nice. Yeah, and I think that really aligns well with the front-end development space in terms of being highly technical and highly creative, where you're following a process, but there's also a lot of opportunities for experimentation. Okay, so to take more questions around the tech space, what predictions do you have for the next 3 to 5 years in software engineering?
Predictions for the next 3 to 5 years. I think big data, I think just data in general is going to be a real overarching topic in the space. So how do you collect information? How do you save information? What to do with it? What can you collect? What can't you collect? I think that's going to become a really big source of contention over the next few years, and how to make sense of it in light of like, what's it called? GDRP?
Yeah.
Yeah, just making sense of data and the amount of data that we're getting and what do we need and what don't we need. So I think that's going to be, I think more data, I want to say, I'm not legislation, but it's just more conversation than what we're doing with data.
Yeah.
I think is the big thing.
Yeah, so to build on that, the GDPR regulations that were put through in Europe, they're really influencing how even US companies are tackling their data questions, right? So yeah, I certainly agree that that will be a huge impact that's overarching and will continue to snowball over time. We're collecting data in ways that weren't possible just a decade ago. And so then the question of what is fair to do with that information. Yeah, I think that's a really strong prediction. And there's a lot of interesting things that I could build on in that direction, but I want to keep this focused on your experience as a front-end developer. And so let me ask then, what do you think is your superpower when it comes to what you offer in the workplace?
I ask a lot of questions. Sometimes I'm a little bit too soon to the races when I'm like asking questions and trying to like get information or trying to figure something out. But I think looking at things and coming to a problem and just knowing, okay, I don't have all the answers. What do I know? What don't I know? Kind of asking yourself those questions and then going to figure out, okay, should I play around this code base a little bit to find more questions so I can find answers? Should I then ask someone else? So it's kind of asking a lot of questions, I think would be my main superpower. And with that, asking a lot of questions, it builds your communication and how to be a highly effective communicator is also a really big superpower that I think I have, because this is a field that really values people who communicate well, because you can kind of fall into the trap of not doing that. So yeah, I think that's what my superpower would be. I think more about it.
I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think asking great questions is a really underrated skill, but is super useful in the workplace, in your interactions with people in day-to-day life. So it's definitely something worth considering. So I'm going to turn now to questions from the audience. And if you have a question for Jessica and you're watching this, please make sure that you're submitting it in Slido. This is where we'll be aggregating all of our community questions. For example, Jessica, what is the best/worst trend in front-end design right now?
Design, that's a good question. I think I always think overdoing things is never a good idea. Imagine what your user wants, not what you think. Like, I think of design as like giving the user the basic like features that they need, and not overthinking and not over designing is kind of a special skill that designers can have. But trying to think. That's a very good question. I'll think more about that.
Okay, maybe we can return to this. You made me smile earlier when you talked about Neopets and the over designing that, you know, the kids were engaged in on that platform, which for many of us was the first introduction to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that it remains a challenge that even enterprises struggle with. They have this tendency sometimes to potentially over design, and a very mature response to encourage designers to kind of pull back and figure out what does the user really need, and also how can you use the internet platform to help encourage and promote accessibility. So to keep things going along those lines, can you speak a bit to the intersection between accessibility and assistive technology?
Sure. So think of your iPhone, right? There's VoiceOver, which can read your entire screen and help. You can use your voice as a control. And so one thing I've been battling with recently is how to make sure that if a user is using their phone as their controls, how do you make sure that you can go through the entire experience without getting trapped or without being quote unquote lost in the app? Mm-hmm. So again, something I've learned through doing more of with assistive technology in that regard is, how are we building this so that our technologies kind of understand each other? So it's something that I'm still learning myself, and I'm going to continue to learn. But yeah, there's examples of it, you know, with your televisions, even phones, and many other electronics out there that you can use to control they have this option, but they have the option of, oh yeah, you can use your voice as a control, but for some, it's a very useful lifeline or a useful tool to help you use products in general. So.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, next question. What sites have you seen recently that particularly impressed you with their front-end design?
Impressed me with their front-end design. One thing I've always also been interested in is like data visualization. So I remember the Pudding has some really good data visualization and how they use front-end development and data visualizations to communicate data and communicate trends and communicate all those kinds of things that you see in charts. So that's kind of one that I've always really loved to see. Because they mix, because the putting it to me mixes like front end, just like, okay, here's a site, but how do we also make beautiful graphics that help inform people as well?
And what's the site? Pudding?
It's called The Pudding.
The Pudding.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. As a
I'll post the website for you.
Awesome. An aficionado of data visualization. It's always fun to see the latest and greatest in terms of how people are implementing data-driven insights.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, we'll have to drop that in the box for users to check out. And then where do you think there's the biggest need for accessibility in the web or in technology in general?
You'd be surprised. A lot of people need it. Actually, from large companies. So, for example, Domino's was involved in this really big lawsuit that individuals with a disability couldn't use their website to order pizza. Something as large as that, or something as small as your mom and pop stores that may not have that information on them, and they may not have the resources to find an accessibility consultant, or have access, or not, they don't have access to those resources. So it doesn't need everywhere, I would say. Yeah, it's just, it's no big or small. I think it's something that could be used by everyone and everywhere.
Yeah, that's a great call to arms for anybody who's thinking about entering this space, and for who this might be an issue that they could really dig into and address, because absolutely Jessica's right that accessibility issues pervade, and that's why we need to encourage more people of diverse voices to enter the tech space and help solve these challenges, right? So with that, I'm going to turn now to doing a quick wrap up where I talk a little bit about Women Who Code in case you're new to the stream and you're not familiar with this organization. And then after that, return to Jessica so that she can impart any last minute pieces of wisdom for the group. So Women Who Code is an organization that's putting on this live stream, and they have 70 chapters around the world. Our DC chapter today is doing career services. So we have volunteers who are meeting with participants in one-on-one sessions to do resume reviews, mock interviews, portfolio lookovers, things of that nature to help lessen the gender disparity in tech. And I'm really grateful to be a part of this community. I'm super grateful that Jessica was here today to help talk about her experience in front end and accessibility development, both for web and mobile. And now I'm going to turn things over to Jessica in case there's some last minute points that she'd like to communicate to the Women Who Code folks who are watching.
Sure. So my big note is that, the way I got my start in my career is by networking. And as you said, we used to meet in person, but now it's just all shifted online. So my kind of parting wisdom to you all is just putting yourself out there in groups like Women Who Code is a really helpful resource to learn what you want and learn what the career is, learn what our line of work is about, and then learn and see if this is for you and still happening online. So that critical piece of networking is still going on. And I hope that people are using our online method of getting together as a group to help network and ask questions and get answers, and to help you realize, to help you decide if this is a career path for you.
Yeah, it really is all about the people. So definitely second that advice. All right, well, thank you again, Jessica, much appreciated. And I'm going to then end this session. We will join again at 4 p.m. To have our last speaker. Yeah, I just want to say one more time, thank you so much, Jessica, for joining and talking with us about front-end engineering.
Thank you for having me. Bye, all.
All right, and you are live.
All right. Thank you for joining for what will be the final interview in the Women Who Code DC Fall Speaker Series. So we're running this event in parallel with Career Services Day, which is an opportunity for the Women Who Code community to receive one-on-one advice around interviews, resume prep, and refining their portfolio in order to enter the tech workforce. This is aligned with Women Who Code's mission of increasing diversity in the tech space. That's something that's really important to the organization, and something the rectification of the gender disparity in tech is a very important organizational mission for us. So, so in that context, I would like to turn now to introducing our speaker. So we have been fortunate today to hear from a lot of powerful women in tech, and now we're going to speak with Rosella Blatt Vidal. She is resilient, proactive, hopeful, and driven by infrangible integrity. Rosella Blatt Vidal leads by example. Currently, she's leading as the Director of Data Science and Analytics at Nordstrom. Her work centers on the delivery of the most cutting-edge machine learning tools to innovate in the fashion industry. Rosella is a visionary and extremely passionate about artificial intelligence, the subject of her PhD from Politecnico di Milano. Please join me in welcoming Rosella to the Women Who Code virtual stage.
It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosella. So to kick things off, as the current Director of Data Science and Analytics at Nordstrom, how would you describe the job of one of the data scientists on your team to somebody who has never heard of data science before?
I would say that their job is to marry the art and science of fashion through the power of data, statistics, math, and machine learning. So they use all the techniques from these domains to learn the rules of fashion, if you will, through data, and to emulate the behavior of human beings when it comes to understanding the relationship between fashion concepts, understanding what a user may like in terms of clothing, given their style or their prior purchases. And so they do that by building machine learning models that do a number of things. They recommend the best product for the right customer at the right time. They build outfit models. They use natural language processing to understand text from customers in product reviews, and a number of other very exciting, in my opinion, use of statistics and machine learning in the retail fashion space.
This is fabulous. It's so true that data science is truly an interdisciplinary field. And it's also one with many, many different applications across the customer lifecycle, and just throughout the way that we work and the way that we express ourselves through our clothes. So it's really cool to have you here to speak about these positions. It's also my understanding that Nordstrom is hiring. Is that correct?
We are, yes.
All right. Well, if anybody is watching this and may be interested in a position, they can send their resumes to the email address that will be posted in the sidebar of the chat, and we'll make sure that that resume gets passed along to the appropriate folks at Nordstrom. So, Rosella, what do you look for when you're hiring for a data scientist?
Great question. One of the most important skill, in my opinion, is curiosity, or actually it's not a skill, it's more of an attitude. Curiosity, the desire to learn and to push yourself outside of your comfort zone, which is probably true for any role, but I think for the data science, machine learning space is incredibly important because of the pace at which change is happening. So you really need to love and want to keep learning the new advances in this space. So that's a very important aspect. I think it's also important to love the technical side of data science as much as the impact and the business side. It's so easy to get lost in the technical rabbit hole of a project and end up building something that maybe it's fantastic from a technical perspective, but is not driving value. And so someone that cares for both is something that I always look for in the people joining our team. From a technical perspective, I think it's very important to have solid foundations to understand the math and the theory behind the methods and to have a vast, a broad and deep understanding of the different tools and approaches, more than understanding the mechanics of the methods or learning one specific tool, because the tools will change and the mechanics at some point will hit a wall. But if someone has understood the foundational pieces, then they're really in control of leveraging them to create value. And last but not least, I always look for someone that loves data science. It's a very fascinating space, but it's also a very hard space. In part because of what we said a second ago, it keeps changing. There is always something new, a new tool, a new advance in the algorithms. And in some cases, the learning curve is very steep. And I think that the only way anyone can get on top of this mountain, but the only way to get there is if you're driven by passion and the true love for data science.
Yes, certainly. I love that response because it touches on so many things that are incredibly relevant to our field. And I've certainly been impressed by the pace of change. It seems the review cycle is very tight and there's always something new to learn, which is really exciting and definitely something that you've seen across your long career, which spans academia, social impact, and now retail. So I'm hoping that you could speak to me a little bit about the different skill sets that have been required across these positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I will start actually with what is common, which is one very simple thing, and it's the love of making an impact. In other words, that's the beauty of data science, in my opinion, and data in general, that can span so many different disciplines, but it can really be meaningful and impactful everywhere. In terms of the differences, academia is very different from the private sector. Academia focuses primarily on pushing the boundaries. So it's more about innovation, thinking outside the box, and doing really something new. Whereas the private sector is focused primarily on driving value, which in some cases happens through innovation, but in other cases, not necessarily. It's more about taking what already exists and knowing how to put it together for the specific reality in order to make an impact to drive whatever form of value is relevant for that company. I worked in the financial sector, which is primarily risk adverse, and so it's a very different way of thinking when prioritizing use cases or choosing the specific methods. In other cases where there is a social component, it's very important to know the trade-off of the different methods and being able to choose, for example, a method that is highly interpretable, or where we can explain what are the costs or control the cost of mispredictions. And then in retail, I think it's a very fascinating space because of the complexity of the ecosystem of services and touch points and the different data. And so far it has been, at least for me, the most exciting of all, because of this big puzzle of pieces that have to fit together in order to really make an impact through data.
Got it. That's great to hear. The impact piece as the cornerstone, certainly, that very much resonates. Well, it certainly sounds like you've had a lot of fun in your career, getting to do different things. So what principles have guided you in terms of your selection of what to do next?
Yeah, I love this question. The first principle has always been knowing what are my priorities in life. And in my case, the priorities were have always been gravitating around my family and the people that I love. And so many decisions that we made were driven by that, or at least it was a very big factor in making decisions. And I have to say, we made many crazy decisions that were not necessarily logical, but we could feel that they were the right decision because of, to your point, using the right principles, or the principles that made sense for us as our compass. The other principle has always been to be open. There are choices that I made in my life, for example, choosing to enter the financial space, the financial industry, which are not logical at all, given the kind of my personality and the type of projects where I like to work. But the openness and curiosity of learning something different, even if it's not your first choice, has always proven to have a very high ROI. I learned so much from all the experiences that I feel that I wouldn't be the person that I am today, the professional that I am today. I wouldn't be where I am today, which I think is I'm lucky to be in the best job I could ever dream to be, for the best company I could ever dream to work for. I couldn't be here if I didn't make all those choices, including the non-obvious one. The other principle has been to choose people more than people and culture, in some cases more than title, money, or other practical aspects. I learned that when you work, when you surround yourself by great people, not only from an intellectual perspective, but also from a human being perspective, their principles, their values. And similarly, when you choose a company that believes in the right value, you end up shining. You end up being very happy at whatever you do. And so these have been the principles for us, and I don't regret a single decision that I made in my life, career-wise.
That's so great to hear. Yeah, it sounds like it's been quite a journey. And I'm very happy that it's landed you at Nordstrom, where you're explaining that the experience has been so positive for you. So tell me a bit about the culture that you're looking to build at Nordstrom.
Yes, I believe that at the core of a team culture is important to have trust. Whatever the discipline, it's very important that everyone trusts each other, that we care for each other beyond just in a professional way. That similarly, we care for what we do, and that we feel proud of our work, that we see it as a craft, and that we really put our heart in everything that we work on. In order to achieve that, collaboration, curiosity, openness, learning from each other has to be baked into our processes. I also think that related to all this comes the openness to push ourselves outside of our comfort zone, to feel comfortable, to make mistakes, to learn from them. And in order to do that successfully, you really need to have a culture that rewards those mistakes, that sees them as opportunity for becoming better, becoming more than what we were together. Yeah, I think these are the main characteristics that I really strive to build in our team.
Gotcha. Yeah. So kind of collaboration and openness to continued growth. Those sound like two key, very important aspects of a strong work culture for data scientists.
Yes.
That's truly wonderful. And I am just going to take a pause here. For the audience, if you have questions for Rossella about what it's like to work at Nordstrom, what it's like to serve as a director of data science, or any element of her background, the aspects of this conversation that we've touched on so far, please do drop those questions into Slido. So the link is in the sidebar for you to submit questions for our speaker. So rolling right along here, talk to me a little bit about how your education has prepared you to, have this very interesting storied career across, like leading you up to where you are now.
Yes, I am extremely grateful to how lucky I was to receive the education that I received. In particular, I studied engineering, and I feel that that's really the cornerstone of many successful decisions in my work. The reason is that what I learned from engineering was something that goes beyond a specific discipline or a specific tool or a specific method. Engineering, the studies in engineering taught me how to take a complex problem, break it down into its smallest component, but also abstract the underneath problems and generalize them, and how to build systems based on that. And that has, it's a gift that my education gave me and has accompanied, and I had with me for my entire career, and I use it. I have been using it from my very first day of working till today. I was also lucky to discover artificial intelligence and data science during my graduate studies, which allowed me to gain that wide breadth, but also depth in each single method that it's still today the cornerstone of the foundation of my knowledge. And I often think how I admire so deeply all the people that are self-taught and are learning by themselves all the topics in data science. It's a journey. It's overwhelming. I have such a deep admiration for them. I feel I was lucky in having a program that walked me through all these different areas. But I think it really it had a huge impact in helping me understand what I loved and using it to make an impact project after project, role after role, up to where I am today.
Absolutely. Wonderful. So I think that this is a really cool conversation about the value of different kinds of education and how you can take the principles that you've applied from studying engineering early on and use them still to structure your decision making. And I'm hoping too that you can speak a bit more in detail about how you found artificial intelligence and what appealed to you about learning this subject matter particularly.
Yes, my heart always how do you say, goes faster when I think about literally the day that I discovered artificial intelligence. It was during my graduate studies, and I decided to take an additional class course in artificial intelligence, just by curiosity more than anything else. But during that very first lesson, my mind was blown away by the very different perspective that artificial intelligence brings to the table of trying to emulate human intelligence, especially compared to the traditional statistical methods or obviously the traditional software engineering. I fell in love with how artificial intelligence has this very humble approach of taking inspiration from nature, or at least many of the methods, and how it's almost agnostic to the specific approach. It focuses on the end goal, which is to emulate intelligence, and whatever method can get there, whether it's statistical modeling or evolutionary theory or a connectionist-based approach with neural network, it's okay. It's not married to one specific method. But really the fact this humble approach of taking a step back and looking around us at nature and realizing that nature is incredibly intelligent and that maybe we can learn something from it. And instead of trying to fit everything within one specific model or parameters, maybe we can try one solution, or part of the solution is to take inspiration from that. And I just love that perspective, and that's how it was love at first sight, at least from my end. And that was the beginning of my journey on data science and artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much for sharing that response. I find that to be so exciting and encouraging. Clearly, artificial intelligence is a very dynamic space with a lot of room for growth, and it's a challenge that society will continue to work on for many years to come. So I hope that by sharing this inspirational story and your way of framing the problem, that we can encourage some folks to look into seeing whether this could be an interesting career for them. And with that, I would like to turn now to some questions that have been submitted by the audience. And the first one is, has there been an impact to the data science and analytics teams at Nordstrom due to COVID?
Oh, yes, definitely. I think COVID had an impact on everything. Interestingly, it had one of the impacts that COVID had was that it accelerated our path toward innovation. Because of COVID, the emphasis on digital is much higher and stronger, and the need to recreate the magic of in-store experiences into the digital world has become more urgent than ever. So it didn't change our roadmap and the long-term strategy, but it created a stronger urgency in accelerating it. So from that perspective, it created more excitement around our opportunities of how we can help with data science and machine learning to boost the digital growth and to deliver on our promise of helping customers to feel good and look their best through digital experiences.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good thing to think about. COVID is kind of an accelerator for trends that were already occurring, changes that were underway. And yeah, we'll all, I think, be excited for the day when we have the option at least to return to the in-store experience. But in the meantime, how do you make digital as magnetic, as fulfilling as possible? So yeah. So next question, as a leader, How do you lift up others and ensure diversity and inclusion on your team?
What a beautiful question. First of all, I believe that the best way to lift others is by helping them discover their light inside. We all have some light, some talents. Some of us have already discovered it. Others don't even know that they have it. And one of the biggest fulfillment as a people leader is to help people find that light and then see them shine more and more and blossom. And in order to do that, there is a component of coaching and creating a relationship with a person, discovering them, working with them. But then there is a component of development and helping them focus on the right development areas, creating the opportunities on the job to push themselves at the right level. You don't want them to stretch too much and to break. It's really a constant dance of pushing a little bit, learning, making mistakes, and keep growing in that way. So I think development is really the biggest piece. The diversity piece comes into place in, I like to think about diverse thinking as the most beautiful result of general diversity, the way that we are talking today primarily, like gender and ethnicity, race, and so on. And that's where the cultural piece is really critical, creating an environment where we appreciate, we are empathetic, but we also value different perspectives. And we want to bring them all to the table. And we understand that they are all important and they all need each other to shine more. That's where there is really a big difference. And so I strive, I do my best to create that environment that is conducive to many diverse perspectives coming to the table.
All right. So important for a significant retail operation like Nordstrom to keep this top of mind.
Yes.
What skills are important to work in an environment with a data architecture that's as complex as a retail giant, where the data is coming in across multiple different areas of the business?
Yes, excellent question. I think there are two aspects. The first one is nimbleness in the tools. As a data scientist, we don't need to be experts, data engineering experts or software engineering experts or system experts, but we need to be familiar enough to understand how the data is moving and what is the impact of the data coming from one source or another, or using one tool or another. So having that mental, technical nimbleness of knowing enough without being an expert. The other aspect is collaboration and partnership. None of us can be successful if we work as one, but if we work as a team, that's when we can win. And so building partnership, relationship with counterparts, with colleagues from the other teams is really what makes the project successful.
Those are really good things for a data science team member to keep in mind. The tools are constantly changing and they may be different across different aspects of the business. And interoperability, I think, is the name of the game, both in terms of how you relate to systems and also how you relate to your colleagues and peers.
Exactly.
All right. We'll do a last question and then wrap things up and see if perhaps you have a last piece of advice to give to the community. But before that, are there any ethical concerns related to data algorithms that are used broadly in retail?
From a bias perspective or?
Yeah, there's so many ways, I suppose, that you could take this question. Certainly, if that's what comes to mind.
Yeah, I can't think of anything on top of mind that I would be concerned as of now. But I do know that we are discussing more and more how can we push ourselves in making sure that there is no bias in our models, that there are no I guess bias, but in general, how can we think about our algorithms from that lens, which is a field, it's an emerging field, and there have been many progresses. There has been a lot of progress recently, but it's not ingrained yet in the industry. We want to be ahead of that. We don't want to wait for rules or regulations or other companies to set that standard. Because we think it's just the right thing to do. We don't know exactly how to do it, which is also the beauty, I guess, of new innovative areas. But we know it's important, and we are starting to define our game plan to make sure that we can trust every single algorithm from a social, moral perspective. And obviously it goes without saying that anything that we know touches very sensitive data. For that, we already have solutions in place, but it's more other algorithms like the recommendation systems. Is there any bias in those that we're not aware of? And if so, what do we want to do with that?
Certainly, that's a big challenge for a young industry like data science, where the standards are not yet in place. And so it's up to leadership to determine what that looks like at an organizational level. So yeah, it's great to hear your perspective on that. Trying to get out ahead of any challenges that may come up around these questions of bias in data sets and in the way the algorithms work out. All right, so we are wrapping up for the afternoon. It's been a really lovely series of conversations, concluding with this one, where we've been so fortunate to hear from Rosella Blatt-Vidal about her experience as the Director of Data Science and Analytics at Nordstrom. So thank you so much for joining us on the Women Who Code stage. And thank you to all of the folks who dialed in and offered questions. It's just been a great learning experience all the way around. So with that, Rosella, do you have any advice that you would like to offer our event participants as part of Career Services Day to either like help them to find jobs in tech or to find their voice in their organization? Really just open to wherever you would like to take things to wrap things up.
I was actually going to advise to find their voice. Just like you said, I think that's the most important thing. There is no wrong decision career-wise when you discover who you are, when you discover what you love, and you pursue that. And you accept that at some point you may stop loving that, but you will discover something else. The journey will bring you to something else that you love. So find your principles and follow them, marry them, and I can guarantee you'll be happy career-wise.
Thank you. I'm so glad we're aligned on how to close things and really like the quintessential core piece of advice to offer to our epic ladies and supporters who've dialed into this call, which is find your voice. So thank you all. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and I hope that you have found this to be as immensely valuable as I have. So thank you, Rosella.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here.